Freedom docked at the forward port of Harmony and then back on November 3rd with Williams, Wilmore, Hagen, Gorbanoff on board. Umbilical demate reported to be complete as we stand by for the initiation of the opening of the hooks. 2 gangs of hooks, 12 hooks in all, holding Dragon to the docking port on the zenith side of Harmony. Again, Harmony was the port of call for Freedom initially when it arrived back in September. The forward port itself, it experienced a relocation maneuver with Haig, Gorbanoff, Williams, and Wilmore on board back on November 3rd to move from the forward port to the zenith port, a short spin around the block to reposition that spacecraft where it has been mated and docked to the International Space Station since last November. 3.5 minutes away from physical separation.
This is Mission Control Houston, coming to you live with audio coverage from NASA's SpaceX Crew 9 as they continue to make their way closer and closer to their anticipated splashdown off the coast of Florida near Tallahassee.
The physical separation occurs between Dragon and the docking port on Harmony. It will begin to move above the station at a very slow rate of about 1/10 of a meter per second. Then we'll move behind the station. A series of departure burns will then put it on a trajectory
NASA astronaut and
to
commander
carry
of
it
Crew 9
below the station and on its way to a safe distance away from the International Space Station for its deorbit burn that will occur at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday afternoon to begin the final leg of the ride home for Williams, Wilmore, Haig, and Gorbanoff.
For Wilmore and Williams, 286 days in microgravity for them upon completion of their mission. And for Haig and Gorbanoff, 171 days. For Wilmore, Williams,
to go
and
until
Haig,
physical
the NASA
separation. All systems reported to be in great shape. The latest weather forecast off the coast of Florida at the splashdown sites indicates pristine weather for the arrival of the Crew 9 crew on Tuesday afternoon.
64 days. And for Alexander Gorbanoff, this is his first space flight and return home.
First gang of hooks has opened, standing by for the second. Springs on both sides of the docking interface will push off against one another to initiate that opening rate for Dragon.
That time aboard the International Space Station for Wilmore and Williams aboard the Boeing Starliner that would launch back in early June. The Crew 9 quartet would undock from the International Space Station after fond farewells and goodbyes early this morning at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern. And they would depart the zenith port of the Harmony module on the International Space Station. That is the space-facing
for a 9.5-month mission in space.
Station on a series of undocking burns and departure burns to back away in the neighborhood of that station, and then complete a series of departure burns
and
phasing
between
burns
Dragon and the International Docking Adapter no longer sealed.
Trajectory to begin its journey home. We are 35 minutes away from the next burn sequence for the Dragon spacecraft, the prop waste burn, and that is going to allow the spacecraft to expend unnecessary
International Space Station and Dragon flying from southwest to northeast across the Pacific Ocean at an altitude of 261
and that would
statute
lead
miles.
right into the deorbit burn an hour and 34 minutes from now. Splashdown, again, targeted off the coast of Florida in the Gulf near Tallahassee. 2 hours and 21 minutes from this moment. 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern. We'll continue our audio coverage until about 3:30 p.m. Central Time, and that's when we will hand over to both our NASA colleagues and SpaceX partners over in Hawthorne, California. That'll take us live on NASA Plus, the agency's website, nasa.gov, as well as the social media channels beginning at 3:45 p.m. Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for all the coverage of re-entry and splashdown.
All hooks are open.
So good, and the crew happy and healthy aboard the Dragon spacecraft.
And undocking confirmed.
The recent suit check, and they continue their
Freedom
progress
is free
in
of
their
its
journey
moorings.
to Earth. This is Mission Control
Sonny
Houston.
Williams and Butch
Social
Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for all the coverage of re-entry and splashdown.
All hooks are open.
So good, and the crew happy and healthy aboard the Dragon
And
spacecraft.
occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time.
Freedom is free this
1:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
This is Mission Control.
Sonny Williams and Butch
Departure
Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Central, 4:45 p.m. Eastern for all the coverage of re-entry and splashdown.
All hooks are open.
So
Good
good
motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs
away.
away. Occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. Freedom is free 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
This is Mission Control.
Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home. Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer.
Re-entry and splashdown.
All hooks are open.
So good
Motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away. Occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. Freedom is free 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time.
This is Mission Control.
Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home. Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer.
And splashdown.
All hooks are open. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
Freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call Station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex, I'd like to say it was a privilege and favorite time thrill. We know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex, I'd like to say it was a privilege and favorite time thrill. We know the station's in great hands.
Mission station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified, enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service
The SpaceX Crew
much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home. Mission station on the big loop. Step 2, ISS thrusters are verified, enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station.
I wish we could
The SpaceX Crew
spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you, so safe travel, Godspeed. And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you left off. Are waiting for you, so safe travel, Godspeed. And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you left off. Are waiting for you, so safe travel.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Ann McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit offering their...
The SpaceX Crew Dragon is the first spacecraft from a private company to take humans into space. In this video, we're going to take a look inside and see how it works. Then we'll see the launch pad, the journey into space, and how it docks to the International Space Station. Dragon SpaceX, you are go for launch. The SpaceX Crew Dragon is the first spacecraft from a private company to take humans into space. We're about to learn about an incredible piece of engineering that has overcome significant challenges. To solve these challenges, engineers need problem-solving skills that take time to develop. This is why I'm glad to have this video sponsored by Brilliant.org. With Brilliant, you can learn math and science interactively. You can actively try things out and understand why things work the way that they do. Maybe you're a professional and want to level up your skills, or maybe you're still in grade school and want a better way to understand math. Brilliant has thousands of lessons to choose from in a variety of different areas, and you can learn anytime, anywhere. I've really enjoyed some of the math lessons because you get to see things in a way that just won't happen with a textbook. You can try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for 30 days by going to brilliant.org/JaredOwen. The first 200 people will get 20% off Brilliant's annual premium membership. and you can learn anytime. I really enjoyed some of the math lessons because of this The Crew Dragon is a human-rated spacecraft. This means it's capable of carrying humans into space. It was created by a United States private company called SpaceX. The company has its headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Up until now, space exploration has been done by government agencies who have billions of dollars to spend. SpaceX is really the first private company to break through this barrier. They develop both rockets and spacecraft on their own. But of course, NASA is now one of the largest customers of SpaceX. Alright, for some background, this is the International Space Station, or ISS for short. It's been in use since the early 2000s, and it must be continuously staffed by astronauts going to and from the station. To get a ride to the ISS, astronauts could launch on either the United States Space Shuttle or the Russian Soyuz spacecraft. The Dragon spacecraft has a few different versions. First came Dragon 1. This was a cargo spacecraft that brought supplies to and from the ISS. It had more than 20 flights bringing cargo to the station. This version of the spacecraft could not carry humans, only cargo. Then came the Dragon 2. This has two versions. the flip maneuver. Grid fins also come out to help stabilize it. The first stage will come down over the ocean, so they will have a drone ship waiting at just the right spot. The entry burn helps to slow it down through the atmosphere. This only uses 3 of the Merlin engines. And just moments before touchdown, one more engine lights up for the landing burn, and then the landing legs are deployed for the final touchdown. The drone ship can make its way back to Florida, so this first stage can be reused on a future mission. The second stage is going to get the Dragon spacecraft into orbit around the Earth. This is called orbit insertion. Second stage cuts off at 8 minutes and 50 seconds. This is called SECO, or second engine cutoff. Shortly after, the second stage separates. As we talked about earlier, the second stage is not reused. It makes its way back down to the Earth and burns up in the atmosphere. Now keep in mind that a lot of these events are happening simultaneously. The Dragon spacecraft is on its own now. The nose cone opens up to expose the docking hatch, sensors, and thrusters. The crew will also be weightless for the first time. Once in orbit, it's time to catch up to the ISS. Most missions take around 24 hours for this to happen. The Draco thrusters are used several times to raise the orbit and close the distance to the station. To attach a spacecraft to the station, they do it in one of 2 ways. One is called berthing, and the other is called docking. First, let's talk about berthing. This is what the original Dragon spacecraft, or Dragon 1, would do. It would fly right up next to it, and the station's robotic arm would reach out and grab onto the spacecraft and help bring it in. This is called berthing. We just need a little help to join to the station. Docking is similar, but this time the spacecraft can do it all on its own without the help of a robotic arm. This is what the Crew Dragon does. It's called docking. Let's take a minute to look at the ISS again. The Dragon spacecraft will dock towards the front of the station. This is called Node 2, or the Harmony module. Attached to it is the Pressurized Mating Adapter, or PMA for short. There are 3 of them. PMA 1 is in the middle of the station, and then at the front is PMA 2 and PMA 3. The space shuttle actually was last docked here to PMA 2. This was back in 2011. Since then, they've added the International Docking Adapter, or IDA for short. This uses the newer docking mechanism that Crew Dragon is also using. So Crew Dragon is able to dock at 2 different locations. Most of the missions so far have docked to the very front of the station. In preparation for docking, Crew Dragon will extend the soft capture ring. Crew Dragon spacecraft will go through a series of waypoints, and these are points in space where they will stop and complete checks to ensure that the spacecraft is in good condition to proceed with docking. First, we have waypoint 0. This is 400 meters directly below the ISS. Next is waypoint 1. This is 220 meters directly in front of the station. They will line up along the docking axis, always pointing the capsule towards the docking port. Then they will slowly proceed to waypoint 2. This is 20 meters in front of the docking port. As it slowly moves in, you can see the Draco thrusters firing to keep it in line with the station. Once confirmed, then the spacecraft proceeds to dock, but moving only at a few centimeters per second. Once within 5 meters of the docking port, they have what's called CHOP, or Crew Hands-Off Point. If any aborts are needed at this point, it will be done completely by the onboard computers. Next, the soft capture ring on the Crew Dragon makes contact with the station. This is called soft capture. We've connected with the station, but it's not complete yet. The ring slowly retracts to pull the spacecraft in. This part is called hard capture. The 12 hooks will latch to firmly connect it to the station. It will take about 2 hours before docking is complete. First, we fill the vestibule with air. That's the area between the spacecraft and the station, right inside the International Docking Adapter. Once the temperature and pressure have normalized, then the APAS hatch can be opened. And then finally, the Dragon hatch. Now it's time to say hello to the astronauts that are already on board the station. My name's Jared. I create 3D animations to show and explain how things work. Click the cards to watch another video, or click here to subscribe. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
And you can see that live view and a beautiful view at that of Dragon Endurance as it approaches the International Space Station. Now these views are being captured by cameras on the International Space Station, which is Dragon's target for today. And the International
So we were
Space
going
Station
through
and Dragon
a bunch of
about 260 statute miles over the Indian Ocean.
Turn this down a little bit.
And so after CHOP, and as we make that,
we're going through a
initial
bunch of
capture,
highlights of
grand
the mission,
arrival,
preparing for the
when
mission
arrives at the
today,
space
and
station,
it's going to
Dragon
be a
will
pretty
fly
good
in and
one.
make contact
We
with
are
those
going to see
international
the
adopters,
splashdown of Crew 9.
Capture.
They should be landing off the coast of Florida in the Gulf of America. So that's going to be the west side of Florida. And the stream for SpaceX and NASA will be starting around 4:42. So for the time being, we'll just chill out.
Working on that tablet right now. Now a view of the International Space Station. So
kind of review
cool.
like all the days that have transpired, and
up at the ISS
in no time we'll be back up and running with the NASA SpaceX stream.
People who are in Dragon.
And so the International Space Station and Dragon are currently flying just off the coast of Australia again as they make that, or as Dragon makes its final approach to the International Space Station. So Dragon is currently about 560 meters away from the International Space Station and continuing to close in. Again, we recently did have that go that waypoint 0. So next up will be that waypoint 1 that we expect in just.
So right now we're watching Crew 10 actually arriving to the space station. This was a few days ago.
It's now inside waypoint 0, approaching waypoint 1, which is that 220 meter mark. And then from there, it'll continue on and enter inside what is known as the keep out.
Hope you guys are having a good day so far.
Boundary around the
Just work on getting all the chats up and ready before I
It's been a long journey for Crew 10 since launch yesterday, and even before that, because they had all of those preparations leading up to launch, getting suit up, those final medical checks, all of the various processes that they went through prior to that liftoff at 7:03 p.m. Eastern, 4:03 p.m. Pacific. So I'm sure they will be glad to be welcomed on board the International Space Station in really just a few minutes from now.
As we wait for crew confirmation, we are getting video from the International Space Station's external cameras.
And as always, guys, if you notice there are any issues with the stream whatsoever, audio especially, that one bothers the crap out of me, just let me know and I'll try to rectify it immediately.
Do you need a free, easy way to capture your gameplay? Introducing Outplayed. Record anything on...
We're inside 6 minutes from the planned arrival of Waypoint 1, continuing to get these fantastic views provided from the International Space Station, as well as from inside Dragon itself. Commander Ann McLean, as well as
so right now,
you see positioned as the camera.
You can see on the bottom map here, we have Dragon, which is this guy right here, and then we have the ISS. So they definitely are quite distant from each other at this point.
Through these set of procedures, those suits are donned prior to.
Looks like Dragon will be going over. Looks like maybe the Panama Canal area, just north of South America, and it will actually be going over the UK and parts of Europe too.
Docking light will be white at the center of the spacecraft.
Over the Crimea Peninsula.
And you'll see green and red lights on the forward bulkhead. Green indicating the starboard position.
Armenia, Georgia, and all that.
Red indicating the port
got a lot
position.
of countries it's going to hit.
The International Space Station cameras sometimes view from an upside down position, as you can see from this view, as the Earth is on the top left of your screen.
At waypoint 2, Dragon will hold for approximately 5 minutes.
So right now it's this is from a few days ago.
And
this
you
is
heard
Crew 10 arriving at the ISS.
And the crew there are now ready for Dragon's docking to the forward docking adapter of the Harmony module of the International Space Station. Dragon approaching waypoint 2, which is the point about 20 meters from the International Space Station's forward docking adapter. And as we did just hear there, we are expecting Dragon to hold for about 5 minutes once it reaches that point. It crossed through waypoint 1 and waypoint 0 without having to hold. But again, these waypoints or checkpoints are places we can hold if we need to, and if we don't, we can proceed forward through them.
And so we have gone through 2 of those waypoints, so waypoint 0 and 1, and so now Dragon is less than 200 meters away from the International Space Station, about 170 meters currently, away from its target of that node 2 forward docking port. And there you're seeing a great view on your screen of the Dragon Endurance spacecraft as it makes its final approach.
So we got a lot of time until
the teams in Mission Control Houston
start rocking and rolling, everybody. So feel free to grab your snacks, your family, your dog, your babies.
Behind us are
make sure they're ready to go
before docking.
Before we
it's one of the
see
final
this live.
checkpoints between those teams to make sure everyone is good to proceed and to dock. We did hear that there will likely be a brief hold at waypoint 2. And again, that waypoint 2 is just 20 meters away from the International Space Station, so very close at that point. So they will hold briefly, and then
daylight
from
savings
there,
was like three
we will
weeks
have
ago, and
our
I still
final
haven't fixed
approach
my
and
clock.
docking. We will have an initial soft capture. We did
Still
hear
an
that the
hour
soft
behind.
capture ring was being extended a few minutes ago.
Probably be like that for another 3 months.
is ready for final approach.
And that is great words there to hear from SpaceX Mission Control.
Resume has been commanded. Reminder, once Dragon is inside the crew hands-off point, retreat and breakout are not permitted.
And Anna, here we go.
So we did just hear that they have the go to resume final approach, so that we had that brief hold completed at waypoint 2, which was just 20 meters away from the International Space Station. So Dragon will now resume its final approach and finish its fly into the International Space Station's node 2 forward docking port.
And we heard
Dragon is in approach 2.
We hear good confirmation of Dragon in that approach 2 mode, meaning it has passed waypoint 2 and is coming into the station. Again, you can see
Station Houston on the big loop. Dragon is on final approach and is go for docking. Monitor for steps 5 and 6 in 1.102 Dragon approach and retreat monitoring.
Station copy.
and that was the call from the International Space Station Flight Control Room to the crew on the ISS. Again, just everyone confirming, making sure everyone's on the same page. Dragon is now very close to docking with the International Space Station here today. You've got the ISS staring at Dragon on the left-hand side of your screen, and you've got Dragon looking at its docking port on the ISS on the right.
And Dragon is now less than 7 meters away from the International Space Station as it continues to make that final approach. Less than 3 meters away.
2 meters, clear handoff.
Oh, here's your soft capture.
There is the chop call.
Standing by for initial contact of Dragon to the International Space Station.
Excuse me.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
And there you heard Dragon has successfully docked to the International Space Station. We have contact and soft capture confirmed. Soft capture meaning that the initial soft capture ring around Dragon has physically connected with the International docking adapter. And this is just the first part of the overall docking sequence, Anna.
And so we did have that contact confirmed at 9:04 p.m. Pacific, 11:04 p.m. Central, while both Dragon and the International Space Station were flying 260 stat sheet miles.
Capture ring retraction in progress.
Flying 260 stat sheet miles over the Atlantic Ocean, and we did just hear confirmation that that soft capture ring is now beginning to retract. So they're beginning those steps to firmly attach Dragon to the International Space Station so that we can have what is known as a hard capture.
Standing by for words from Expedition 72.
So we got a timer up now, guys. So about 30 minutes, and we'll be ready for the NASA SpaceX live stream for Splashdown.
More Expedition 72 members coming through.
Houston, you are go in step 6.3.
The first Crew 10. Onishi, the first Crew 10 astronaut through the hatch, followed by Peskov, Nicole Ayers, the first of the Fly's newest class of astronauts to enter, and last commander of Crew 10, Anne McLean.
Wish my ad blocker would work, but it's not working that well at the moment. Sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't.
Crew 10 has had a great journey up here, about 28 hours to get back up to the space station, and I cannot tell you the immense joy of our crew when we looked out the window and we saw the space station for the first time. Returning for a couple of people, very first time for a couple of people. And let me tell you, that is such an amazing journey. You can hardly even put it into words. The ride up on the Falcon 9, orbiting the Earth for the last couple of days, it's been absolutely incredible, and it is something that none of us could do by ourselves. As we've said before, you cannot be great without the greatness of others, and I tell you, the greatness of the ground control teams have really shined through in the last few days, getting us up here safely. Thank you very, very much.
Hey,
this is called real life.
My heart, thanks to our families, friends, and our colleagues from all the partners, SpaceX, NASA, CSA.
It should be really detailed.
And JAXA for preparing us and making it possible for us to get here. And we are so excited to now be officially part of the Expedition 72. Thank you guys. And I want to say a couple of words in Japanese from here. 日本の皆さん応援ありがとうございました。元気にここまで ISS まで帰ってくることができました。明日からまた一生懸命希望でのサイエンス等を含めていろんなタスクを頑張っていきたいと思います。ぜひ応援よろしくお願いします。
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot one more time to SpaceX and NASA for this.
Everybody has a problem with that microphone, I swear.
That was really fun. And thanks to all the world's aerospace industry, which works to make the dreams to come true and to take us further and further. That's really wonderful. Thanks to everyone working there. И спасибо, конечно же, отдельно это Роскосмосу и Центру подготовки космонавтов за знания и опыт, которые привели меня сюда. Будем работать славно, работать дружно во имя, во благо всего человечества. Передаю микрофон. Потерялся.
I'd like to just say again, thank you to SpaceX for the awesome ride up here. As a rookie, that was one of the coolest things I've ever done, and I can't wait to get to work up here. So excited for the 4 pilots.
I bet that was one of the coolest things, if not the coolest thing.
4 astronauts together. So thank you to
who can
all
say
of
they
families, and thank you to all of the instructors and all of the ground teams who got us here. Can't wait to get started.
And Houston, thank you for tuning in.
I don't think you need that many science degrees to understand too much of this.
Our friends arrive. So thank you so much. Check this out. I'm going to show you how I afforded this car. Okay, you ready?
No.
All right, $118 for car insurance. That's how much I was paying, okay? I picked up the car a few months ago. Watch this. Ready?
Initial contact of Dragon to the International Space Station.
$20 were my fees. $118. Now I covered up my private information,
Try
guys.
to stop that.
$39. $118.
Other ad. It's driving me up the wall.
Check this out. Ready? $500 for comprehensive. $500 for collision. $500 for comprehensive. $500 for collision.
Dragon contact and soft capture complete.
And there you heard Dragon has successfully docked to the International Space Station. We have contact and soft capture confirmed. Soft capture meaning that the initial soft capture ring around Dragon has physically connected with the International docking adapter. And this is just the first part of the overall docking sequence, Anna.
And so we did have that contact confirmed at 9:04 p.m. Pacific, 11:04 p.m. Central, while both Dragon and the International Space Station were flying 260 stat-sheet miles.
Capture ring retraction in progress.
Flying 260 stat-sheet miles over the Atlantic Ocean.
So that is a very important closeout duty that they have aboard Dragon before they enter. But it seems like we do have the first Crew 10.
Yep, this is when Crew 10 comes out of Dragon into the airlock. It's pretty incredible.
Onishi, the first Crew 10 astronaut through the hatch. Followed by Peskov.
Wonder if they just got like some music going on. Like they don't have any of the audio. Like I would be more satisfied if it was just the audio of what they're saying inside of the
Crew 10
inside of the ISS. But I'm sure they want to keep a few things private. We probably don't know, but there's probably a lot of weird stuff that happens up in the ISS. I'm not going to imagine too hard, but you can only imagine what kind of weird stuff happens in the ISS. Looks like they're jamming to some music at this point. What if they were playing YMCA? This is when they were waving at everyone. Now again, this is like days before. This is not currently happening now. We're just like kind of reviewing all the highlights as to what has transpired. And soon enough, in about like 20 minutes, we'll head over to the live stream and we'll get this party started. No audio at the moment.
SpaceX Crew 10, welcome aboard the ISS.
Well, hey everybody down there on Earth.
Not hot on the mic. If a man really hates, is the receiver?
Oh, yeah, we're on.
Okay, got it. Okay.
All right.
They changed it the last minute.
Got it.
Thought I lost my touch there for a sec. Hey, Crew 10 has had a great journey up here, about 28 hours to get back up to the space station, and I cannot tell you the immense joy of our crew when we looked out the window and we saw the space station for the first time. returning for a couple of people, very first time for a couple of people. And let me tell you, that is such an amazing journey. You can hardly even put it into words. The ride up on the Falcon 9, orbiting the Earth for the last couple of days, it's been absolutely incredible, and it is something that none of us could do by ourselves. As we've said before, you cannot be great without the greatness of others, and I tell you, the greatness of the ground control teams have really shined through in the last few days, getting us up here safely. Thank you very, very much.
Hey, from the bottom of my heart, thanks to our families, friends, and our colleagues.
I want to know what
the
he says in
partners,
Japanese.
SpaceX, NASA, CSA, ESA, Roscosmos, and JAXA for preparing us.
So
And,
just so
making
you
it
guys haven't
possible
been
for us
following
to get
along,
here.
the people
And
who
we
are
so
coming back to
excited
Earth
to now be
is
officially part
Sunny.
of the Expedition 72.
This is
Thank
Butch
you,
over
thank you
here.
guys. And,
this is Nick Haig
I
in
wanna
the
say
back,
a couple
and this
words
is
in
the
Japanese from here.
Alexander Gorbanov, the cosmonaut. So those four are coming back to Earth. The rest of these guys here are the ones sticking
一生懸
around.
命、希望でのサイエンスと含めていろんなタスクを頑張っていきたいと思います。ぜひ応援よろしくお願いします。
Probably go get some coffee before we start.
Okay, thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot one more time to SpaceX and NASA for this wonderful ride. That was really fun. And thanks to all the world's aerospace industry, which works to make the dreams to come true and to take us further and further. That's really wonderful. Thanks to everyone working there. И спасибо, конечно же, отдельно это Роскосмосу и Центру подготовки космонавтов за знания и опыт, которые привели меня сюда. Будем работать славно, работать
I said this the other day, but it's amazing how like great minds from all across the world, no matter all our differences and stuff, can achieve such brilliant things like this.
I'd like to just say again, thank you to SpaceX for the awesome ride up here. As a rookie, that was one of the coolest things I've ever done, and I can't wait to get to work up here. So, so excited for the four pilots and us that just got to get to space together, and now we're four astronauts together. So, thank you to all of our friends and families, and thank you to all of the instructors and all of the ground teams who got us here. Can't wait to get started.
And Houston, thank you for tuning in this early morning. It was a wonderful day. Great to see our friends arrive. So thank you so much.
So I didn't see them loading themselves up in the hatch, so that's what we'll watch next.
Posing for some final photos.
Yeah, so this is when they were leaving. I'll be right back though, guys. I'm gonna go grab some quick snacks and some coffee, but just enjoy the quick video, and I'll be right back.
And pressurized mating adapter number 2 is now closed. The Dragon hatch was closed at 10:05 p.m. Central Time, 11:05 p.m. Eastern Time. Just about 2 minutes ago at 10:26 Central, 11:26 p.m. Eastern, the station hatch also closed. And that sets the stage for the vestibule depressurization and final leak checks at the docking interface.
All hooks open.
All hooks are open. And undocking confirmed. Freedom is free of its moorings. Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer. Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
Some freedom on the big loop. On behalf of Crew 9, I'd like to say it was a privilege to call station home, to live and work and be a part of a mission and a team that spans the globe, working together in cooperation for the benefit of humanity. To our colleagues and dear friends who remain on the station, Alex and Favorite Top Grill, we know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
Houston Station on the big loop, step 2, ISS thrusters are verified, enabled. To Crew 9, safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you, but have a great journey home.
And this is back. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel, Godspeed. And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition, and for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked. Love you guys.
So an exchange of poignant words between the Dragon commander, Nick Hague, as well as the Crew 10 crew, the newly arrived Crew 10 crew members, Ann McLean, Takoya Onishi, and Don Pettit, offering their best wishes and Godspeed for a safe return to Earth on Tuesday afternoon for the quartet aboard the Dragon Freedom. Dragon continues an opening rate away from the zenith port of the Harmony module of the International Space Station, undocking occurring just about 5 minutes ago at 12:05 a.m. Central Time, 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Now, coming up here in the next minute or so will be the spacecraft's exit from what is called the keep-out sphere. That is the first imaginary line between the space station and the departure corridor for the Dragon itself. That will be followed by Dragon maneuvering to a Sun communications pointing orientation and to enable better communications between the tracking and data relay satellite system and Dragon's communications capability itself. The approach ellipsoid exit, that basically is the end of integrated operations, where Dragon will cross that imaginary line to move beyond the neighborhood of the station, as it were, is scheduled about 14 minutes from now. The departure one burn now complete, all nominal.
Depart burn 1 nominal. Your go to DOF suits per procedure 4.012. And a final reminder that the big loop will be deactivated following Dragon's exit from the approach ellipsoid.
All right, guys, I got my coffee back, and we are good to go. We are less than 10 minutes out from the SpaceX NASA live stream for the Crew 9 splashdown on the west coast of Florida. So,
with all the Freedom thrusters operating in perfect fashion, the acknowledgement by the spacecraft communicator in Hawthorne to Commander Nick Hague aboard Freedom that the crew has been given the go-ahead to get out of their entry suits for the time being, get into more comfortable clothing.
So right now we're just reviewing some of the footage that has happened these past few days.
This will continue
this is Crew 9 leaving the ISS.
Into tomorrow afternoon, a series of pre-programmed maneuvers that will enable Freedom to be in a position for its deorbit burn on Tuesday afternoon. That deorbit burn is scheduled to take place at 4:11 p.m. Central Time, 5:11 p.m. Eastern Time. It'll be a 7-minute, 29-second braking maneuver to enable Dragon to slip out of orbit. Its velocity slowed by 53.2 meters per second, enabling it to begin its high-speed entry back through Earth's atmosphere and a parachute-assisted splashdown off the Gulf of Mexico and the Gulf of America at 4:57 p.m. Central, 5:57 p.m. Eastern Time.
Liberty Mutual is all she talks about.
So we have a little over 8 minutes to go, guys. Try to throw one more video up just so we are entertained for a little bit longer. But other than that, we are ready to go. See if there's anything going on. We can go over to the first day when Crew 10 was actually just launching. This was actually a really nice day. No audio on this video from what I see. Look how cool that looks. Remember, like with the space shuttle program, how big the rockets were and stuff? Those are like a thing of the past now, aren't they? Got about 6 minutes, 40 seconds. Let's go, let's go. I'll also go on X real quick. We could actually see some cool videos there on X for the time being. A muted video is really not that engaging, I'm sure.
Williams and Butch Wilmore begin their belated trip home.
Separation confirmed.
Undocking occurring right on time at 12:05 a.m. Central Time. 1:05 a.m. Eastern Time. Good motion, good stability on Dragon as it backs away.
Freedom, SpaceX on the big loop, depart burn 0 nominal.
Good opening rate reported by the visiting vehicle officer.
All right.
Dragon's attitude control system functioning as advertised.
Freedom on the big loop.
What's up, Umars?
Crew 9, like to say it was a privilege to call station.
Or you, Mars. I'm doing okay. We are streaming the Dragon Splashdown of Crew 9. That'll be happening very momentarily, so feel free to stick around, man. Glad to have you here.
And favorite class grill. We know the station's in great hands. We're excited to see what you guys are going to accomplish, and we'll be waiting for you. Crew 9's going home.
All right. We got 3 minutes, guys. I'll go ahead and pull up the main screen here.
Enabled to Crew 9. Safe journey home. It's been the honor of a lifetime to cross your path up here on Space Station. Your service has been very much appreciated, and we'll miss you. But have a great journey home.
All right, here we go. Just a few more minutes to go.
This is back. I wish we could spend more time with you guys, but many people who love you and whom you love are waiting for you. So safe travel. Godspeed.
Godspeed, Crew 9.
And for crew arrival, we ring a bell in Navy tradition. And for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undocked.
Baritone salute. What does that mean necessarily? You guys know what a baritone salute means? I have no idea what a baritone salute is. Oh, for crew arriving, we ring a bell in Navy tradition. And for Crew 9, I did a baritone salute as you undo because... So this is just like an article that I was reading. Okay, we got a little bit more than a minute. Oh boy. Of course, like as soon as I stream, I always get fire calls. Of course I don't, that's not a fire call right now, so that's good. All right, we got a little less than a minute. Let's go, guys. We are ready. All right. 15 seconds. All right, cool. So we are ready to go. Any minute now, the stream should be kicking on. We'll go ahead and set the small window up for Dragon's current position on the Earth. The worst part about choking is like when you just choke on like spit and you end up like looking worse than you actually are. I did that during COVID once and it was the worst thing in the world. Okay, so this is the world map with Dragon and ISS positions. And you can see that Dragon is currently over the Caspian countries, like Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, just north of what would that be, like Iraq, I would think. But yeah, they are making some good progress. I think this is their last rotation around the Earth until this is their destination right here. Following this line, they'll be in the Gulf of America. So we'll keep our eyes peeled on that. And I'm hoping that their stream starts very soon. I guess we have to give it a few more seconds here. Should be coming up now. All right, SpaceX, let's go, let's go. They're probably like me and they just have all these streaming issues right as soon as they're about to start. It's actually really hard to manage like live streams, and you know, it makes you like putting yourself in the realm of these things really makes you appreciate like all of the logistics that have to go into like making this even possible for us to enjoy. But I'm glad that they do it. I'm gonna do this while we're at it. Come on, SpaceX. Let me refresh just to make sure. All right, here we go. Looks like their stream is up, guys. Let's go. No one's talking at the moment, but this is their headquarters in California. I think Hawthorne, California. Oh, the whole sterileness of the SpaceX Mission Command. What's really cool is just like this little turtle in the background that they plopped up. Over here are the different areas. I'm sure this is like, you know, experimentation over in this side. Yeah, their cafeteria up here. And I would imagine this is where they test a lot of the larger mechanics. So in a short bit, someone should be tuning in and guiding us through what exactly is going to be expected. But their stream just started, so I'm sure they're just still working on getting things ready. There are so many people that are involved with this too. Here we go. Go.
Good afternoon and welcome to our live coverage of the NASA SpaceX Crew 9 mission as it returns to Earth. Dragon Freedom departed the International Space Station at 1:05 a.m. Eastern. That was 10:05 p.m. Pacific time on March 17th for those of us here in California. On board Crew 9 are NASA astronauts Nick Hague, Sonny Williams, Butch Wilmore, and Roscosmos cosmonaut Alexander Gorbanov. And they are now on their way to the targeted splashdown site off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida. My name is Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX. And joining me today from NASA Communications is Sandra Jones.
Thanks, Kate. It's always such a pleasure to be here. Upon departing the International Space Station, Dragon underwent a sequence of departure burns. The crew then had a rest period and has since kicked off preparations for re-entry, including getting into their spacesuits and successfully performing a leak check. The next phase of the mission is when things will really start to amp up. Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Crew 9 home.
That's right. First, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical, unpressurized lower part of the spacecraft. The trunk is currently connected to the aft or bottom section of Dragon, where the heat shield is located. But in order to expose that heat shield and get the vehicle ready for atmospheric reentry, we're going to jettison that trunk.
From there, the spacecraft will use its forward thrusters to perform a deorbit burn, which will put Dragon on a trajectory to return to Earth. This burn will last about 7.5 minutes once it starts. The deorbit burn uses Draco thrusters on Dragon, primarily the 4 located on the forward bulkhead, and is executed at the apogee, or the highest point of Earth's current orbit around the Earth. This deorbit burn will alter Dragon's path to ultimately line it up to re-enter Earth's atmosphere and splash down off the coast of Florida. Splashdown today is planned for 2:57 p.m. Pacific or 5:57 p.m. Eastern.
5:57.
The Crew
okay, so
9
we have like
began a little differently than usual, since Butch
we have a little over an hour.
Williams were already aboard the space station when Nick Hague and Alexander Gorbanov arrived in the Crew 9 spacecraft in September. Having arrived as the crew flight test crew for Starliner, Wilmore and Williams were fully incorporated into the space station's Expedition 72 team and began research and other work aboard the station along with the other crew members. Additionally, Williams commanded the orbiting laboratory for much of the expedition.
And after a successful liftoff and separation from Falcon 9, Nick and Alexander made a short flight on board Dragon to the International Space Station in September. Both veterans of long-duration station missions, both Williams and Wilmore conducted spacewalks during their 9 months in space. Having had the capacity to leave the station at any point, had there been some type of emergency, the crew members began packing for their voyage home about a week ago and worked through tasks and shared lessons learned with the new newly arrived Crew 10 team, who arrived just a few days ago.
For return operations such as this, NASA and SpaceX closely coordinate with the United States Coast Guard to establish a safety zone to ensure public safety and for the safety of those involved in the recovery operations, as well as the crew on board the returning
Yeah, you don't want some crazy people on boats and stuff, like holding these people hostage or something.
And during recovery operations,
Not that would
and Coast Guard patrol boats are deployed to discourage boaters from entering the splashdown zones.
Now, we do want to stress to the public the need to respect this safety zone. Recovering a spacecraft from the water is a hazardous task, and any other boats interfering increases risk to the astronauts in Dragon, the teams working to recover them from the water, and the safety of those that come too close.
I would say Elon
is
just as smart and dumb as everyone else in the world. The key difference between Elon and a lot of regular people is, like, dude, the guy has so much drive. Like, you have to give him credit for what he has done and what he's able to accomplish just because of how much
astronaut in 2013. This was
how much ambition he has, and he doesn't stop for anything.
Overall. He spent 171
I wish
days
I
in
had that
space
much
with
drive.
Crew 9
I just get so
and
tired.
has a career total
Oh, he has the
of
money.
374
It's easier to have
days.
drive when you have money.
During his mission,
But
he completed a spacewalk.
whenever,
with astronaut
even if you
Sonny
don't
Williams.
have money,
that was his fourth
like that's
spacewalk,
the this is
earning
I mean
him a career
obviously
total
for
of
myself
25 hours, 56
it's hard to
minutes
like
of
stay driven
spacewalking time.
because of like the
Before
finances
Crew 9,
being
Haig
a heavy
previously
burden.
served as a crew
But
member of
if you can
Expedition
accomplish things
59
with
and
that
60 back in
with that
2019.
anxiety like thrown out,
He flew with Alexei
more power to you.
Ovchinin
You can
and
accomplish a
NASA's
lot
Christina
just
Koch.
by
So, this is his
just by
second
doing
time
things
sharing the space station with
instead of
Ovchinin.
like worrying about it.
The Kansas native is a test pilot of a distinguished
You see a lot of people that do have
United
money,
States Air Force Academy.
though,
Nick spent 5
to
months
counter,
in Iraq
though,
in support
and
of
they just-
Operation Iraqi Freedom.
I
He
don't know.
voluntarily
They don't do
transferred
anything
from
with
the
it
United States Air
other
Force
than
to
just
US
satisfy
Space Force in
themselves.
2021
So I'm glad like the money he
and
does
is an
use
active
is like
colonel.
advancing
His wife, Katie,
human
is a
technology
retired US
and
Air Force colonel,
and
they have
a
two
lot
sons.
of other
NASA
wonderful
astronaut
things.
Sonny Williams
I
is
think
a
technology
mission
obviously is
specialist
huge.
for Crew 9. This was
What
her
Elon has
third
accomplished
visit
these
to the
past few
space
years.
station.
He literally
She originally
lives in
launched
his
aboard
own
Boeing's
little movie,
Starliner
which is pretty
spacecraft
incredible.
and arrived at the space station on June 6th. And it looks like we are beginning to get some views inside the spacecraft, overlooking the shoulders of the crew on board Dragon. We'll continue to bring you those views throughout the day and views throughout Splashdown this morning, or this afternoon rather. But to jump back into a little bit more about Sonny, she became an Expedition 71-72 crew member, and she logged 286 days in space on this mission. But she actually has a total of 608 days in space, the second most time in space by a U.S. astronaut. Former NASA astronaut Peggy Whitson ranks first for the U.S. with 675 days in space. She conducted 2 spacewalks and has completed 9 over the course of her career for a total of 62 hours and 6 minutes of spacewalking time. She ranks 4th on the list of cumulative time spacewalking by a female astronaut. And she has flown on 4 different
You watch this video
spacecraft
about
types,
like where they
including
have the
Space Shuttle,
toilet
Soyuz, Starliner,
in,
and now Dragon. Previously, she
the
served
Dragon
on Expedition
capsule,
14 and 15 in 2006
there's not much
and 2007,
privacy if you're
and
using
again with Expedition 32 and 33 in 2012.
I bet everybody just
She's
like
a
kind of
retired
does like
U.S.
one of
Navy
those.
captain and is a proud graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy.
NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore is also serving as a mission specialist today. This is his 3rd spaceflight, and just like Sonny, logged 286 days in space. He conducted 1 spacewalk and completed 5 over the course of his career, earning him a total spacewalking time of 21 hours, 2 minutes. He's flown on 4 different spacecraft types throughout his career: the Space Shuttle, Soyuz, Starliner, and now Dragon. Previously, the Mount Juliet, Tennessee native served on STS-129 in 2009 and Expedition 41 and 42 from 2014 to 2015. Wilmore is also retired, a retired captain in the U.S. Navy.
And Alexander Gorbanov is a 3rd mission specialist serving on today's mission. Crew 9 was his very first spaceflight to the space station, earning him a total of 171 days in space over the course of his career. Gorbanov, along with Nick Haig, saw the arrival of 4 visiting vehicles and saw the departure of 4 as well. The duo orbited the Earth more than 2,700 times during their mission. Before his cosmonaut selection in 2018, Gorbanov worked as an engineer for a rocket space corporation and helped support cargo spacecraft launches from the Baikonur Cosmodrome in Kazakhstan.
Cool. To prepare for upcoming events, Dragon is currently doing a couple of things autonomously. First, it's isolating the thermal control system fluid loops from the radiator. This system is what will help keep the internal temperature of Dragon very comfortable for Nick, Sunny, Butch, and Alexander during the re-entry phase. Dragon is also initiating separation of the claw mechanism, which will terminate data, power, and fluid connections between the spacecraft and the trunk in preparation for that trunk separation that I mentioned earlier. Now, as we saw before, we are hoping to get more views inside of the Dragon capsule. We will bring those, of course. We want to see more of our 4 crew members. But now a bit more of the Dragon Freedom capsule. It has flown on several missions for NASA. It first launched April 27th, 2022. To the International Space Station on NASA's SpaceX Crew 4 mission. It was subsequently used for 2 private spaceflight missions to the space station for Axiom Space, Axiom Mission 2 in May 2023, and Axiom Mission 3 in January of 2024. And of course, Crew 9 launched last year, is September 28th. So yeah, a little bit about the Dragon Freedom capsule. Here, a view that we have once again between the shoulders of Commander Nick Hague, who is on the left-hand side of your screen there, and Mission Specialist Alexander Gorbanov there on the right.
That's right, Kate. And the next major milestone that we're looking ahead towards this afternoon is claw separation. We're targeting that claw separation at 2:05 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon, so less than 10 minutes from now. Continuing to get some views inside Dragon Freedom. To the far left there is NASA astronaut Butch Wilmore, and as you can see, the crew is suited up in their space suits. They are suited up in what we call dynamic phases of flight. So when they launch, when they dock, when they undock, when they return back for splashdown. We might hear some call outs on the loops about putting their visors down. That will happen just prior to deorbit burn. And you'll hear us pause when some of those communications happen. That's because we want to make sure that we are relaying the best information to you all, and so that you hear it as well. So if you do hear us pause, that is what we're doing. You also see they have their gloves on there, and I know the gloves are pretty unique on the Dragon spacesuits, right? They're custom created?
Yes. The spacesuit overall is custom fit for each astronaut. These gloves enable usage of the touchscreen panels that they have in front of them. We can't see it from this view, but that view we saw earlier between Alexander Gorbanov and Nick Hague, that is a touchscreen. It allows the crew to monitor everything that Dragon is doing, along with those tablets that they have there on their legs. So yeah, the spacesuit itself is intended to act as a mini spaceship, if you will, as once the visors are closed, it is able to maintain a pressure in the unlikely event of a depressurization event for Dragon. So there we can see those screens I was talking about. So there in the center, we've got the location tracker, as well as on the left-hand side, it's mapping out the operations that Dragon is executing. The crew has to remain well informed of all these things that Dragon is doing autonomously. That basically means that Dragon is flying itself. The crew has the ability to gain control of the capsule if necessary, but the capsule is essentially going to bring itself home. But of course, in order to
it kind of avoids any human error.
Freedom, SpaceX, deorbit sequence start in 5 minutes.
5 minutes is deorbit sequence will start in 5 minutes. Cool.
So we did hear that call out for the deorbit sequence start to begin here in 5 minutes. That call from the ground came from the core, or Crew Operations Resource Engineer here in Hawthorne, Mission Control just behind us, and that went up to Commander Nick Hague. He's going to be doing the majority of the communications during the flight downhill today through splashdown, and they'll be communicating with the core all along the way. Now, we did mention that they are flying on Crew Freedom. The naming of spacecraft has gone all the way back to the very beginning of this human spaceflight program. This is a nod to Alan Shepard naming his spacecraft Freedom 7 during the Mercury program. And so the crew that first flew up on Freedom a few years ago had the opportunity to name this Dragon, and they named it Freedom. That was Crew 4 that was the first flyers on this spacecraft. It's also flown for Axiom Mission 2 and 3, and then, of course, today for Crew 9 as well.
Yeah, actually, fun fact about this particular capsule, of those 4 missions that Sandra just mentioned, we have seen daytime splashdowns for 2 of those. Today will mark the third daytime splashdown. So there's something lucky about this particular capsule that gets daytime splashdowns. Nighttime is great because we can see even more clearly the capsule streaking through, but I personally love the daylight views because we really get even better views of the recovery team operations during that phase of the mission.
Yes, absolutely. And if you follow along with our missions, you'll know that sometimes weather is a item when it comes to undocking and splashdown. We just splash down in the water, so we want to ensure that parameters like wave heights and wind speeds and precipitation, lightning, all of that is looking good for the crew and the safety of those recovery personnel. And today the weather is just pristine. We got off of space station on the very first attempt, so I'm joking around and saying that it was because it was St. Patrick's Day and we got really lucky with the weather.
I wouldn't disagree with that. Speaking of weather, we will be hearing from Core probably around 2:20-ish. Typically, before we enter the period of loss of signal, or LOS, we will hear an entry briefing from the Core, the Crew
What's up, Kian?
Operations Resource
Glad to have
Engineer, and they will deliver important information like updated anticipated splashdown,
It's go time.
and loss of signal times to the crew, as well as the wave height and wind speed. So we'll be standing by to listen in on those. Like I said, that will happen.
So in about like
after,
1 or 2 minutes.
Trunk separation. I can't quite remember
Dragon's
if
going
it's
to start
before or
its
after deorbit burn.
splashdown
Must be
sequence.
But in any case, we'll be hearing all of that
It'll,
coming from
it won't
Core.
be
In fact,
splashing
that
down right
individual
now, but
is
it's
seated
going
there
to
in
begin the
room
process
on your screen.
of Earth
That
reentry,
is
which is
SpaceX
going to be
Mission
awesome.
Control in Hawthorne,
Hope we
California.
can see a lot of that.
That room is located just over our shoulders, and that is where Dragon operators are standing by on console, monitoring the progress of Dragon as it continues its way home. It's been at the point of splashdown, it'll be about 17 hours since Dragon undocked from the International Space Station. The team there in mission control, there are multiple teams, in fact, and they cycle through shifts to ensure that everybody gets the required rest and sleep periods, just like the astronauts on board. That Crew Operations and Resource Engineer is seated there in the room, and that, like Sandra said, is the primary voice that we'll be hearing communicate from the SpaceX team to the crew on board.
That's right. And so it looks like we're about 3 minutes or so from the claw separation portion of today's flight. The claw is a portion on the spacecraft that holds the trunk to Dragon. Following claw separation, we're going to jettison or remove that trunk because it's no longer needed. The trunk has solar arrays on it that provides power to the Dragon spacecraft. But now that we're beginning the reentry process, to go ahead and jettison that trunk and able to expose the heat shield, which is really going to do the heavy lifting as Crew 9 re-enters the Earth's atmosphere. They come in at 17,500 miles per hour, so they really need to ensure that that heat shield absorbs that heat, and there's...
Deorbit sequence start.
Deorbit sequence is starting. Cool. So as you guys
we did just get communications there that the deorbit sequence start has begun. So here in just a couple minutes from now, we expect to hear information or a call back about the claw separation having begun. And again, that kicks off that trunk separation portion that I was discussing to remove that, expose the heat shield, and then eventually we'll have the deorbit burn, and we'll continue to walk you through all of these milestones as we approach them ahead of our splashdown at 2:57 p.m. Pacific time this afternoon off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida.
Yeah, we're very excited to bring the Crew 9 crew home. Sandra, we were talking about the
it's going to be so cool having them back. Like, I hope they get a whole parade after this.
That will re-enter in the atmosphere and break up upon that re-entry. The heat shield itself is one of my favorite parts of the Dragon capsule. It is the workhorse of the re-entry phase. It will work to protect the Dragon capsule and the crew members on board during the re-entry phase as the temperatures outside of the capsule build up to, I believe, about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit in excess of. And meanwhile, the interior of Dragon stays a very comfortable temperature. That heat shield does a lot of the work, and we'll see that plasma build up on the exterior of the capsule. As a result of the plasma that builds up, we will lose communications with the crew. This is known as loss of signal, or LOS. This is roughly a 10-minute period on average, even less than. I believe today it is probably about 6 or 7 minutes long. It kind of depends on the mission, and it happens for every Dragon capsule that re-enters the atmosphere. Due to that plasma buildup, we're not able to communicate or command the capsule, so we stand by while we wait to regain communication after we pass through that period of loss of signal and get what's known as AOS, or acquisition of signal.
Continuing to stand by for claw separation, and then we'll look towards trunk separation. It'll be just about a minute or so after that. That happens pretty rapidly in succession. Some of our milestones will take a little bit longer throughout the day. For example, we will have a deorbit burn after that will take about 7.5 minutes and helps get Dragon set up in the right trajectory to splash down in the Gulf off the coast of Florida. So continuing to stand by for claw separation.
Nominal trunk jettison.
All right. Great news there. That trunk has been jettisoned from the Dragon capsule. So the claw was separated. That's the mechanism that connects the telemetry and power between the Dragon capsule and the trunk. In order to expose the heat shield underneath Dragon, we had to jettison that trunk, and so we just got confirmation that that has happened. So that is great news. Basically means that telemetry is looking good, and that the nitrox system is primed for cabin and suit cooling, and the heat shield, like I said, is now exposed and ready for atmospheric re-entry. The trunk served its purpose by gathering energy from the sun through its solar cells and converting that to battery power. Since we separated the trunk, we can't generate any more new power, but we really don't need to since we're coming home and Dragon has enough battery power already stored. Now up next, the final steps that Dragon will perform prior to re-entry: the slew, or the maneuver to deorbit burn attitude, and then the deorbit burn itself. This deorbit burn is the last time that the forward Dracos, which are the 4 thrusters located on top of the spacecraft under the nose cone, it's the last time that they will ignite. The deorbit burn will place Dragon on a precise trajectory to return to the splashdown zone off the coast of Florida, off the coast of Tallahassee, Florida, and that will last about 7.5 minutes once it starts.
So right now, Dragon's position is just on the southeastern coast of Australia. It'll be flying just south of New Zealand shortly.
About 7.5 minutes again.
So yeah, we're at the bottom of the Earth.
Precise trajectory.
It's on the other side of the Earth right
now. Splashdown occurs in the area that was calculated and where the recovery team is already in place, ready to support splashdown operations today. The recovery vessel Megan is the ship that is going to be utilized today, and we also have what is called fast boats that go out first to check the spacecraft and make sure everything is looking good before the recovery vessel Megan approaches. So that whole recovery process takes about an hour, I would say, from the time the crew splashes down to the time they're on the boat and the crew gets out of the capsule. and we'll continue to bring you live coverage through every step of the way today as Crew 9 returns home.
Indeed. Now, let's take a little bit of a closer look at Dragon. One of the great things about being close to the space station is that we can use space station cameras to look at Dragon, but now that Dragon is on its way home, we don't have those external cameras. So here's an animation of what the capsule looks like. We've got the pressurized section, the capsule on the top, and the trunk or the unpressurized section on the bottom. That's where those solar panels that we manufacture in-house are located, soaking up the energy from the sun and turning it into power for the capsule. At the very top of the capsule is the nose cone. That is where the Dracos, the forward Dracos are located. That nose cone is currently open, not closed like we saw in that animation. Once we get through the final maneuverings for the re-entry phase, we will close the nose cone capsule just before Dragon begins its atmospheric entry to protect that forward hatch there located along with those forward Dracos. So go ahead.
Oh, that's right. I was going to mention that the nose cone does open shortly after launch, and it remains open the entire time that Dragon is docked to the International Space Station. So as an example for this particular spacecraft, Freedom, since September when it docked to the International Space Station, remains open that entire time, and here shortly it will
Got about 45 minutes till splashdown, everyone. Yeah, it's pretty wild. If you don't do that, please don't do that. I wish I were still living in Florida because I would actually go out there and see the splashdown myself. That'd be so cool. Yeah, they just have to monitor. Everything is so automated, which is really nice. It's like driving a Tesla, you know? I'm sure it's a little bit of nervousness not being in charge of flying the or piloting whatever vehicle you have. You have to put faith in the computer. So as you can see, atmospheric re-entry will be right off the coast of Panama, and then they'll land like right off the coast of Florida, like just almost due west of Tampa, a little north. No, it's okay. Yeah, on the main monitor on the top, you can actually see their current trajectory and where they're roughly going to land. It looks like a bit south of Tallahassee. You can actually see the thrusters. That's pretty wild. Oh, I'm sure you wouldn't want to be in that space capsule if you have claustrophobia. Nice. Here we go, guys. Deorbit burn is complete. Oh, I can understand. I don't get claustrophobia either. But for someone who does, I'm sure that's a nightmare. And guys, if you're here, thank you for tuning in onto the stream, including the people who are on X watching as well. I'm happy to host this. It's definitely an exciting piece of our history in the making. Is it me, or you could just like hear all the spit in her mouth like moving around? Jeez. It's making me very conscientious. Welcome new viewers to the stream. And as you can see on the image on the bottom right, guys, you'll notice this is like Dragon's return flight trajectory. They'll be entering the atmosphere just south of Central America and then they'll be splashing down just south of Tallahassee. I'll answer that question in a second, Kian. So right now we're in a communications blackout. Or, well, we will be coming into a communications blackout. We're getting pretty close, though. right about here is where they're going to begin their re-entry into the atmosphere. So we're still looking at 5:57 Eastern Standard Time as our splashdown. So we're all on schedule. Awkwardly loud. Sorry. I think what happens is I, a lot of people drink and swallow as they go. I do it all in one gulp because I don't know. I don't want to waste time, and that's why the gulp is louder. Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, we're looking pretty solid. Really? Yeah, that's pretty neat. That was a while ago. Who wants to come with me to actually check out SpaceX's headquarters? I swear, I'll stream it. I'll go. Maybe I'll apply for a job. Has anyone ever been through Kansas? There's like nothing there. You know, and it's amazing to hear like someone who lives in the most rural part of America is able to accomplish great things like this. Sonny Williams has been dubbed as Large Marge by a few chatters. That was a pretty funny conversation. With her hair. All right, cool. So we are very close, guys. We are very close to splashdown. They're going through a comms blackout, so not too much is going to happen right now. They're going to just talk and comment about a few things. Wow. A marathon in space. That's a lot. That's a lot of running. Without gravity. That'd be so cool to do a spacewalk. I wish I could do a spacewalk. One of these days, guys, we'll get there. We'll be hopping on the moon in no time. Oh, the aching from a marathon. Bet she was sleeping good up there for a while. It would be, I mean, I don't want to talk too much because I'll be talking over them, but I'll talk in a second. Oh, dude, that's so cool. You're on a roll. Are you gonna scan this video and make clips out of it? Very momentarily. They'll be re-entering very momentarily. It's not over till it's over, so Godspeed, Crew 9. Give me some good vibes in the chat, guys. It's coming up soon. Yeah, they're in like the southern coast of Mexico right now. What up, Shane? Welcome to the stream, my guy. Isn't that crazy? You guys going to be scientists in a few years when we have multiple space stations? I'll be a live streamer in space and my hair will be all crazy. You want to come up? Here, come on. Come on. Come on. My cat wants to come up and watch the splashdown just in time. I am keeping an eye on the X chat as well, guys, but if you have been chatting in the X chat, sometimes it doesn't come through. It's like some sort of programming error. So apologies if you are saying stuff in there. I just can't see it because of how it's set up. Here we go. You guys know what the four forms of matter are? Everybody knows the three, but there's a fourth one. There it is. Oh, so cool. Here we go, guys. Yeah, that must be like an infrared camera. Oh, Jocko, did you fart? Ugh, yeah, you stink. Oh, you did. That's a guilty look. Alright, we're getting close, guys. Cool. Looks like communications blackout is over. All right, automated chute. The parachute's going to pop out very momentarily. All right, Chuckle. Come on. This is probably where they get to feel a little bit of turbulence because they're re-entering the Earth's gravity or atmosphere. Oh, I'm sure. Some massive cojones, I'll tell you. All right, we got a little bit more than 4 minutes till splashdown, guys. Get ready. Feel excited. All right, there's a... Yeah. That thing's falling. There we go. Parachutes are deployed. Excellent. They're coming back, guys. They're here. Blue sky. I'd be feeling sick in there. It's like going like this. So basically, in their seats, they're looking up at this point. There's the main parachute. Here we go. They're really slowing down now. Oh, excellent. Oh, guys, they made it. They made it. Oh, that's excellent. Congratulations, SpaceX and NASA. You guys did it. Not even minutes, like a little over than a minute. Let's see how accurate that splashdown is. Oh, it's gonna feel. You know how weird that must feel, like just to come from microgravity to like full-on gravity. That is a beautiful view right there. And they're already there. Like the recovery team's already there too. Yeah, you see the helicopters and everything. The amount of calculations needed to do this is just absolutely insane. Okay. Gulf of America. It's been a while since I watched the last Cloverfield movie. I think that's the one with John Goodman. All right. Good work. Woo! Let's go. Look at all those boats coming in. Welcome home, everyone. Woohoo! Dude, it's like that looks like a scene from a movie. And this is a drone shot too, you can tell. Oh man, this is so epic. Look how burnt up Dragon is, though. They have to clean all that char off of it. But that thing's going to go back up in space. Thank you guys for tuning in again. It's so happy to be sharing the moment. This is seriously awesome. And right now, ISS may be flying over the recovery area in a few minutes. A few things they have to consider too, especially whenever the dragon lands. Like even though it's in the water, it's probably extremely hot from re-entering the atmosphere. So they obviously can't just touch it right away. But it did work, as they say. I'll be back. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. All right. All right. Look how big that capsule is in comparison. Then a bunch of aliens spawn out. You got multiple cameras working on these guys. And this is them just like making sure they get the parachutes back together. What, they don't want to enjoy Florida for a little bit? I'd be on the beach. But I'm sure they want to get back to their families. Their families are probably all in Houston. All right, here they come. They should be getting ready to get them out. Hi, Robin. Happy to have you on the stream. Doing all right. Watching the SpaceX live stream and mission accomplished. That's beautiful. Gulf of America. I try to stream as often as I can. It's becoming more regular. I mean, they're here. Don't make me blush. That is so epic. Oh, that's so cool. Look at that. The dolphins are coming out. Not really. I honestly wouldn't say that. I'll tell you a lesson in apologizing in a second, but hold on one moment. I don't think that's much of an apology. I don't think you need to apologize. Just say what you gotta say, you know? If you're busy, you're busy. That's so cool. Look at that. Oh, I love dolphins. You guys have a favorite animal, by the way? My favorite animal. You have to guess. You have to guess first. Yeah, yeah. Penguins are kind of gross, though. I don't think I'm a penguin lover. I'll give you a hint. It's more like a African safari animal. Kian, you should join the Discord. So that way, if you want to talk more while we're off stream, you can have it. We can chat as much as you want. Oh, you guessed it. You guessed it. Yeah, I love giraffes. Giraffes are like my favorite animal. Because they have that kind of aloofness like me. They've been sitting in there for like 30 minutes. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Like, if it's not your business, then, like, like, they shouldn't try to make it yours. Like, just respectfully say, I don't want this to be my business, or I don't feel like getting involved. Like, it's not your fault for avoiding drama, you know? Sometimes it's just too much. Here we go. Look at that guy just jumping into the water. Oh, it's outdated. Oh, damn it. I have to fix that. I watch anime. I'm actually trying to finish Cowboy Bebop, which is funny because I've never actually finished Cowboy Bebop, even though it's proclaimed to be this masterpiece. Damn it. Why does that link have to be outdated? I thought I set it for, like, forever. Well, good thing you checked. I don't want to get into One Piece because it's going to be like Bleach, where I have to watch thousands of hours of, like, anime just until it gets good. Like, that's like a meme, isn't it? Don't worry, it gets good at, like, the 12th episode, 12th season or something. I heard it is really good. Yeah. Definitely corrosive. Here's the Discord link, guys, if you want to join. Be my guest. It's a fully modified server. The shuttle looks like a seal from this angle. Kind of does. Like the top head of the seal. Yeah, they're just redoing it. Welcome Kian to the chat. I'm actually getting rid of the NSFW chat because it's not, I'm just like not into it anymore. I'll probably bring it back eventually. Get a little racy in there. Welcome Umar's verse. Gotta update that announcement now. I'm gonna probably do a programming chat too, so that way you guys, like if you want to share like your AI stuff, Umar, you can definitely do so. Okay, I need... What was I doing? Oh, that's what I was doing. It's like a Rorschach test. What anime have I heard was pretty good? I like the funny animes, like Ghost Stories. I don't know if you guys ever watch Ghost Stories, but Ghost Stories is hilarious. The English dub, especially. A Rorschach test. That's how you pronounce it, right? Rorschach? There's a whole superhero named Rorschach. It's like this, Kian. Hold on, I'll pop it up. Looking like a squirrel. This is what a Rorschach test looks like, Kian. It's like psychology. Tell me, guys, what you think each of these pictures are. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think the second one looks like a frog. Yeah. Yeah, it takes a while to get back up into like regular movements. Yeah, it was very nice. This is what I would be like in the space capsule if I've been waiting this long. Let me in. Let me in. 2 minutes. Some kind of golem, a cat, and a bow, a moth, a mushroom. I see similar things. Man, that sun is like blasting our face right now. Cthulhu. I'm just looking. While they're waiting. Oh, here we go. Here we go, guys. They're opening it. It's open. Looks really dark in there. Guy's taking pictures like it's a Turo rental. It's crazy to think like just a few hours ago they were inside. They were in outer space. Well, not outer space, but they were above us in space. And a few hours before that, they were on the ISS for 9 months. Of course. We're going to see those pictures. There we go. They're like right there. Welcome home, Crew 9. It's about time for the two of them at least. Yeah, it's not like leaving the airport. It's like a whole process. I'm so happy they're back home. When I say home, Earth. They're back here on Earth. Wonder if the president has said anything about it yet. Let me check. So Trump just posted the splashdown. Hasn't made an official statement yet, but I'm looking forward to it. No, not right now, Jocko. I guess they don't want to speak too soon in case like something serious happens, and that's not being like pessimistic, but you never want to get ahead of yourself. But there's the first person. That might be the commander. Yep, that's Nick Hague. Good stuff. Welcome home, Nick. Welcome home, Commander. Yeah, who shall they take out next? Probably Butch or Sonny. Oh, Alexander Gorbanov. All right. Good stuff. No, Jocko, don't come up. Not right now. Or you want to come up? Come on. Come on. He always does this. He always needs his attention. You want to say hi to everyone? You want to say hi to the internet? You want to say hi to the internet? You don't want to say hi to the internet? Alright. He's a big cuddle bug. It's a big cat too. Like, look how big this cat is. He's massive. All right, so we got two out of 4. You being good? I wonder how they get that that char off of the capsule. I wonder if they just like pressure wash it. Probably smells. I would bet it smells. All right, who do we got next? We got Sunny out. Woo! Welcome home, Sunny. Ow. What are you biting me for? Aw, sweet. She's so happy to be home. What a journey for these guys. Would you guys ever want to be up in space for 9 months? I probably only would want to be up there for like 2 or 3 max. There's Butch. There we go. Awesome stuff, guys. Again, thanks for tuning in. If you're watching live, might have a fire call now. It's just an EMS call. You should never pad a 9. What do you mean a 9? And welcome to the chat, Hank. Hope your propane sales have been great today. So in about 30 minutes, guys, they'll have a meeting, a leadership meeting. I'll probably tune back in. I'm going to take a quick break. So, yeah, if you're sticking around, feel free to just get yourself comfortable, get a snack. I'll be here for probably a few more hours. So that was a good stream. That was really fun, seeing the Crew 9 come back and have a successful return home. So I'm super happy of the results. So I'll see you in a few minutes.
Introducing Story Maker, the book that lets your child create a story by choosing a picture, then pushing a button.
The dog.
Till he hears what he's chosen.
Saw on the moon. The dog saw a goofy frog on the moon.
He can create over 10,000 little stories.
Mom sat on a fat cow in my spaghetti.
For hours and hours of learning fun. The Story Maker from C&C.
Fool around when it comes to a cure. I use MySelect 7. It has the same prescription strength medicine as gyne-lotrimin, but it costs a lot less. So, my choice, my cure, is MySelects.
I got a shell and 2 starfishes.
It's called Me Day.
My mom says he looks like my daddy's boss.
It's the day when everyone in Mrs. Meyer's first grade brings something from home
My daddy cut it for me.
and shares it with the rest of the class.
Jack, you want to come on up?
On this Tuesday morning, Jack Moore brought something different.
This is my dad. His name is Jack, like me. Sit down. Last Saturday, we built a doghouse. Maybe someday I'll get a dog. Every Saturday morning, we let Mom sleep and we go to McDonald's together. That's where we tell each other things we'd never tell anybody else.
At McDonald's, we never planned on being part of Jack Moore's Me Day, but we're glad we were.
This is my dad. He's my best friend.
You've got a bad cough, but you've also got a sore throat and a stuffy nose. Put yourself in one place where you'll get help for all 3 symptoms. The Halls of Medicine, where you'll find the vapor action formula of Hall's Mentholyptus. Real medicine to make you feel better fast. 3 symptoms, 1 place. The Halls of Medicine.
These days, we at Long's Drugs think it's more important than ever to save you money. That's why in Santa Cruz, we're moving things out. In Sacramento, we're getting everything in order. And why in every store, we're putting the word out about Long's extra low prices. This week's extra low prices include Kleenex Foil Soft Eco Ultra, only 89 cents. Neutrogena Body Oil or Rain Bath, $5.49 with instant redeemable coupon. And Ultra Slim Fast soups and assorted snacks, 99 cents each. Now at all Long's Drugs.
I've got some great class.
I do too. He's a really good instructor.
Yeah, I know. I am finally starting to get it.
I told you so now, didn't I? Isn't our instructor terrific?
She sure is.
Hey, your mother is in my drafting class.
Yeah, she's real excited about it. My job starts the day after graduation.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Success begins with the right start. Pikes Peak Community College.
Spring classes begin January 18th. Call 540-7112.
A powerful new invention leads to a startling discovery.
I have reason to believe the exocomps are alive.
But a crisis will force Data to choose between man and machine.
Doctor, the station must be evacuated. Prepare for emergency transport.
I have locked out the controls.
Will he sacrifice his own captain to protect the new life form?
You release that transport on lockout now. I cannot do that, sir.
On an all-new episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation.
Over 1 million people each week walk into AutoZone, and taking care of them means having what they need when they need it. That means stocking a lot of parts for a lot of cars. Now, nobody can stock everything, but we stock more than most. And how do we know which ones to carry? That's easy. We listen to our customers, because nobody knows better about what you want than you. So the next time you walk through that door, you might think of yourself as a customer, but we think of you as the boss.
A puzzle. With so many stomach remedies around, how do you know which you can take for heartburn? And for diarrhea? And for upset stomach? You take Pepto-Bismol to relieve most any common stomach problem: heartburn, upset stomach, and diarrhea. So who needs anything else? That is a puzzle. Pepto-Bismol's the only one you need.
There they are. They're not millionaires. They're not celebrities. They're smart and thrifty. How?
I didn't pay a lot for brakes at Meineke.
Oh, the man who didn't pay a lot for brakes at Meineke.
Let Meineke Discount Mufflers show you how to get high quality at a famously low price. At Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot for brakes.
America's new country, you know what I mean.
Hi, this is Paulette Carlson. Be sure to watch America's New Country right here on KRDO.
Brought to you by the New Country, AM 1240, FM 105.5.
Watch Kids News 3 days a week on News 13.
A simple comparison between a V6 Ford Taurus lease and a 4-cylinder Honda Accord lease. Lease a new Taurus with automatic transmission for $249 a month for 24 months. Honda will lease you a manual transmission Accord for $199 a month. But their asterisk disclaims a lease that lasts 60 months. So in 5 years, you could be leasing your third new Taurus, or you could be driving an old Honda. What a difference an asterisk makes. The Taurus lease, $249 a month for 24 months. See your Ford dealer today.
Skiers, it's time for Colorado Ski Expo 92, and this year's expo will feature Warren Miller's latest ski film, Steeper and Deeper, and great giveaways for powder hounds of all ages. This spectacular event will be at the Pikes Peak Center November 13th and 14th. See the latest from ski manufacturers, retailers, and areas. The expo is free and will be open from 3 until 8 p.m. on the 13th and from noon until 8 on the 14th. Steeper and Deeper will show Friday at 8 and Saturday at 4 and 8. Tickets on sale at all Ticketmaster outlets. The 9th Annual Colorado Ski Expo, brought to you by Rocky Mountain Tours and Kilo 94.
No matter what happens, the Sparta police force sticks together. Carol O'Connor, Howard Rollins, in the heat of the night.
Weekdays at 1 p.m. on Fox 21.
Everybody hates to eat and run. We'd rather take it slow. But the way this life is going, gotta grab your food and go. And when all that running round catches up with you at last, get yourself some Alka-Seltzer and you'll feel better fast.
For acid indigestion or heartburn with headache, nothing's faster or more effective than Alka-Seltzer.
Get yourself some Alka-Seltzer and you'll feel better fast.
This toilet may look clean, but under the rim, our grungies ordinary cleaners can't always reach. Introducing new Toilet Duck, the thick liquid toilet bowl cleaner preferred 3-to-1 over the leading brand. Toilet Duck's unique duck neck and thick, powerful formula reach up under the rim to leave your whole bowl clean and sanitary, right down to the grungies. New Toilet Duck. Nothing fights dirt like duck. From S.C. Johnson Wax.
He's the hottest name in rock.
Axl Bundy.
And this Sunday, he'll lead the legends of the 60s in an all-star jam.
Where'd you learn to play pastrami like that?
Join the Doors, Robbie Krieger, John Sebastian, Richie Havens, and more.
You are who I think of when I have sex with my husband.
For the reunion of the decade.
Here we are partying with the geezers of rock.
Married with Children.
We are the old.
The musical.
We've got arthritis.
A rock and all new episode Sunday.
You've got a bad cough, but you've also got a sore throat and a stuffy nose. Put yourself in one place where you'll get help for all 3 symptoms. The Halls of Medicine, where you'll find the vapor action formula of Hall's Mentholyptus. Real medicine to make you feel better fast. 3 symptoms, 1 place. The Halls of Medicine.
Life is just a bowl of cherries.
Today, women need all the comfort and support they can get. No wonder Playtex are the bras they love to live in.
Live and laugh at it all.
Tonight, go on tour with one of rock's most legendary groups, Genesis.
Now this is the
As Fox presents Genesis, The Way We Walk. Get ready for exclusive backstage interviews.
We're going down now, we're going down.
Behind-the-scene looks at their hottest videos and live performances of their biggest hits.
She's in the hat,
Genesis, The Way We Walk. A special presentation late night tonight.
MTA is proud to introduce a major breakthrough in truck driver training. Now you can be on the job in 3 weeks or less with the most flexible truck driver training course ever offered. Introducing Powertrain from MTA.
Hi, I'm Jackie from the MTA Truck Driving School. Power training is the fast, affordable way to train while you keep your present job. I'll be back in a minute to tell you more about it.
I'm enrolling in MTA because I can train in just 3 weeks and keep this job while I'm training. And when I complete the course, I'll be able to get a job that pays better than $25,000 a year.
For more information about one-on-one accelerated training, financial assistance, nationwide job placement, CDL, or brush-up courses, call MTA now and find out about Powertrain.
You just heard a little bit about the new Powertrain course from MTA. For more information, call me now at 1-800-848-1000. There's no obligation, so call now, 1-800-848-1000, and ask for me, Jackie.
While no medicine can stop a cough completely, there is one that in 30 minutes can so significantly reduce your coughing, it's guaranteed or your money back. Vicks Formula 44. No wonder doctors recommend Formula 44's cough medicine 3 times more than codeine. Formula 44. Because the fewer the coughs, the better.
For years, Pledge has kept our furniture beautiful. Well, now Pledge does even more. With a special dust-resistant formula called Dust Block, now Pledge actually repels dust. 2 weeks ago, I polished the word Pledge into this table. Watch. Pledge repels over half the dust I'd get just dry dusting. Pledge with Dust Block, it actually repels dust.
Also from Pledge, try new Woodridge, the convenient natural oil moisturizer. Self-adjusting Woodridge conditions wood where it needs it most.
Making a habit of seeing your family physician for a physical is a good way to stay healthy. The key to a thorough exam is giving your physician a thorough history about your current health, past illnesses, or ones that run in your family. A thorough physical should also include blood screenings, urinalysis, and certain cancer screenings depending on your age and sex. This helps target potential health problems for prevention. Dr. Lloyd Strode says physicals help educate the patient about prevention as well.
During a physical exam, a patient should be educated on signs and symptoms of certain diseases that they may be at high risk for, depending on their age and sex. They should also be educated on how to perform a physical at home, such as breast exams, looking for lumps and bumps on the body's exterior, and looking for blood in the urine and stool.
The physical exam, the key to preventative health care. This good health message is brought to you by the Colorado Springs Osteopathic Foundation and Family Medicine Center.
The Murphy Brown School of Broadcasting wants you.
Morning, Shirley. Type, please.
Murphy Brown.
6:30 p.m. weeknights on Fox 21.
Gladiator Arena, Los Angeles, California. Mike Adamle along with NFL Hall of Famer Larry Zonka as our road to the Grand Championship continues. Today, another first-half semifinal. And we'll start things off in a big way with Breakthrough and Conquer, our first event. Our first contender is Annette McBride from Boise, Idaho, 28 years old. She works for the Bureau of Land Management. In Breakthrough and Conquer, she'll have to go against Sky and Storm. Storm will be inside the conquering, and there's 6'3" of Sky hunkering down in Breakthrough.
Contender ready!
Chance for the contender to pick up a total of 10 points.
Sky waiting too far back. She's got to close that gap. Annette coming to a complete stall at the 5-yard line. One thing you don't want to do for sure in Breakthrough is come to a stall in front of that Gladiator.
No stalling here. 15 seconds to get any portion of Storm's body outside that conquer ring. And going up high on the Stormy one, not a good idea.
No, she has to fake high and try to get a leg. There, she tried it. Poor Storm is strong. Storm doing a great job just keeping the contender away from her body.
So Sky and Storm indeed lay down the law in Breakthrough and Conquer. Annette McBride walks away, but with no points.
Storm comes out and sets the tone for the day. Contenders beware. The Gladiators are certainly ready.
The Samuel Goldwyn Company presents the American Gladiator.
Here's Relka
Alka-Seltzer Plus fights tough colds with tough congestion, tough aches, tough sore throat.
This is why you need a tough medicine. Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. The leading cold pill only relieves congestion, but Alka-Seltzer Plus relieves congestion, sore throat, headache, body aches. That's tough medicine.
You bet it's tough.
Alka-Seltzer Plus Cold Medicine. It's tough medicine. For a cold with a cough, try Alka-Seltzer.
All right, we are back. Thanks for staying tuned in, guys. If you're still here, we got a minute until the SpaceX Crew 9 post-splashdown news conference begins. So leadership is going to go over mission results, status of the crew, I'm sure, and a lot of other things. And it's going to be a good continuation. Maybe we'll actually hear like some comments from Crew 9, hopefully, but they're probably still like pretty weak and everything. I wouldn't expect too much from them at the moment, but hey, if we can get them in here, that'd be a nice little treat, I'd say. All right, so just got a few more minutes. We're just less than a minute actually, and it'll be nice continuation of the stream. So again, thanks to all of you who are sticking around. It's been really nice hosting this for the past few days, and I'm glad to have accommodated my time streaming the Crew 10 and Crew 9 missions. All right, it's beginning. Just make sure audio is working. It looks like I need to just make sure audio is on. Hold on 1 second while that is getting configured. Here we go. All right, we should be able to hear it now, right? No, not just yet. Just make sure. I got so many windows open. Okay, there we go. We should be up. Did you guys get it? I hope those of you who tuned in or who are tuning in got a chance to see the splashdown. It was actually really incredible. Hope all the flat earthers are watching too. In case you're wondering what kind of cookies those are, it's lemon snaps. They're probably the best things next to ginger snaps. And they're not that expensive either. They're like my favorite cookie to munch on. I'm sure they're getting a lot of things together too at the moment. right, here we go.
Good evening and welcome to NASA's Johnson Space Center for our Crew 9 post-splashdown news conference. We are joined in studio today by Joel Montalbano, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Space Operations Mission Directorate, Steve Stitch, Manager for NASA's Commercial Crew Program, Bill Spetch, Operations Integration Manager for NASA's International Space Station Program, and joining us virtually, Sarah Walker, SpaceX Director for Dragon Mission Management. We'll be taking some questions from here in the room today and on our phone bridge today, so if you're in the room, be sure to get our attention to ask your question. And if you're on the phone bridge, be sure to press *1 to enter the queue. Before we get started, though, we'll start with some opening remarks from our panel here, and Joel, we'll start with you.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you everyone for being here, and for those of you tying in remotely, thank you for showing an interest in our great space program. It is awesome to have Crew 9 home, just a beautiful landing. I think many of you heard that back in January, the president asked SpaceX what it would take to bring this crew home. And I will tell you that at the time that question was asked, we were already looking at options, what to do with the Crew 10, Crew 9 situation and how we're going to set that up. I'll tell you a little bit, you know, when you plan these dynamic activities, a lot of work goes into them. For example, for the landing that you guys just witnessed today, there's a number of things that we look at, a number of factors, weather being one of them. You saw great weather today. In addition, we look at the readiness of the recovery team to make sure they're ready to go. We look at the handover time on orbit between the incoming crew and the departing crew to make sure there's enough time for activities to be accomplished before the departing crew leaves. We do have the benefit of having NASA astronaut Don Pettit remaining on board. He'll be coming home on Soyuz in April, and so he'll continue the handover with the crew. We also look at the vehicle traffic, the vehicles coming and going. And when you pull all that together, the International Space Station program, the Commercial Crew program, and SpaceX came up with the plan that we just witnessed. The Crew 10 launch last week, the docking over the weekend, the undock early today, and then the landing that we just witnessed. So just an incredible amount of inputs that you get to pull all that together in order to have a successful operation. I want to tell you, we want to thank the Crew 9 team and the ground teams for their dedication to excellence, their resilience, their flexibility during this expedition, everything they did to have a successful expedition as you have all witnessed. SpaceX has been an incredible partner for us, and it shows the benefits of the commercial public-private partnership that we have. So they just been a huge, great partner throughout all this. Crew 9, in addition to the spacewalks that many of you witnessed, they performed just about 150 experiments on board the International Space Station with over 900 hours of research. And the work we do on the International Space Station benefits the nation, benefits people on Earth, and are the building blocks for going back to the moon and to Mars. So Nick, Alexander, Butch, and Sonny, welcome home. On behalf of NASA, I want to thank the administration. I want to thank all the work of the NASA teams and all the work of the SpaceX teams. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Commercial Crew Program Manager, Steve Stitch.
Thanks, Joel, and thank you all for being here. Greatly appreciate your interest in the Commercial Crew Program and also human spaceflight. Of course, as you know, it's been just a huge week for a commercial crew. You know, the missions, I think, sometimes seem easier than they are. If I just step back and think about all the challenges we had to launch Crew 9, moving to a different launch pad, adjusting the seats and the crew training, and then, you know, over the weekend, once we docked Crew 10 safely, looking at the weather patterns, finding this great opportunity that we landed at today, adjusting the timeline. You know, it's never easy. Spaceflight's always dynamic. Sometimes it seems like things move from step to step to step, but there's usually different paths along the way. So the weekend was culminated today with the landing of Crew 9. We Dragon splashed down at about 5:57 p.m. off the coast of Tallahassee. That's our first commercial crew program landing at Tallahassee. We've had a couple cargo flights land there. And now it's great to have Crew 9 and the Freedom Capsule back home, and its fourth flight is now in the history books. And of course, we're overjoyed. I watched every crew member come out of the vehicle today. Post-landing, it was great to watch Nick, Sonny, Butch, and Alexander come out of Dragon and smile and wave as they came out of the vehicle. You know, we'll get them, they're on the ship now, we'll get them back to meet the NASA aircraft and then back to meet with their families. If you watched the weather today, it was incredible. Clear skies, real low winds, maybe 3 or 4 knots of wind, and really calm seas. You could see the dolphins swimming around.
Yeah, seeing the
which
dolphins
kind of
was pretty
incredible. SpaceX had a nice drone aircraft flying around and taking footage, and that was just incredible. As I said, the ops team just did a phenomenal job over the weekend, pulling in the landing to get the crew home sooner and take advantage of this great weather opportunity. Really appreciate the versatility of SpaceX, the ISS program, commercial crew program, and the flight ops team in planning out the timeline, looking at the crew's workload, determining whether we could pull this off, doing sleep shifting, all those sorts of things that made this an opportunity happen. Also want to thank our partners at the U.S. Coast Guard. They were there on scene, protecting the scene and making sure that it was safe for mariners in the area. The FAA, the Department of Defense, continue to support us. You know, it's great to see the teams really in action. Overall, I would say it was a really clean undocking, reentry, and landing. The Dragon vehicle performed extremely well, didn't really have any issues to work. You know, little things, a GPS outage that we reset a filter on and things like that. Today, the sequence went perfectly. We jettisoned the trunk, executed the deorbit burn, closed the nose cone, and did the entry. You could hear Nick call down when we finally got the vehicle back through the blackout, 4.6 Gs, and you could tell they were doing well, and then braced for the parachute deploy of the drogues and then the mains, and then have them splash down. So parachutes performed well. The whole system worked just as planned. The crew's doing great. You know, they'll spend a little time on the recovery ship getting checked out, making sure that they're healthy and ready to go, and then eventually they'll make their way back to Houston. Again, I want to congratulate the entire NASA Commercial Crew Program, the SpaceX team. You know, in many ways, if I step back to last year, this has been 9 months in the making, and I couldn't be prouder of our team's versatility, our team's ability to adapt and really build for the future of human spaceflight and looking at different ways to do business, taking advantage of one vehicle to launch a crew and then bring back the crew in a different vehicle. Our partner SpaceX did a tremendous job. Every time we asked them to do something a little different, they stepped up and to the plate and did that, including swapping capsules 6 weeks ago prior to Crew 10, and then also adjusting the Crew 9 mission. You know, we'll celebrate for a while. We're going to take some time in commercial crew to celebrate this one and spend a lot of time with the crew. And then we'll move on to Crew 11. Crew 11 will be here before we know it. We'll launch that vehicle as early as mid-July.
Who wants to apply to be on Crew 11?
And then, you know, we're working hand in hand with Boeing as well.
Are you still working at McDonald's? I'd like to go to space.
Getting that vehicle back to flight. You know, Butch and Sonny's return on Dragon to me shows how important it is to have 2 different crew transportation systems, the importance of Starliner and the redundancy that we're building in human spaceflight for our low Earth orbit economy. We're super grateful for Boeing as well and their investment. They're keenly interested in the landing today. They have a watch party going on and are watching Butch and Sonny come back, and they've texted me, you know, as the build up to this, they're very keenly interested in Butch and Sonny And then we're interested in their resilience. That whole Boeing team, like our whole commercial crew program team, is resilient and moving forward to the next steps on Starliner. It's been a busy start to 2025. It's hard to believe we're in the middle or toward late March. Looking for an exciting summer as well, and I look forward to your questions, and I'll hand it over to Bill.
All right, thanks, Steve. Yeah, welcome, and thanks for everybody's interest as we continue on. Return today marks the successful completion of the Crew 9 mission, and really with them handing over operations on board to Crew 10. Just some interesting stats as we go through. Nick and Alexander both spent 171 days in space on this trip, seeing the arrival and departure of 4 different visiting vehicles to the ISS. Butch and Sonny spent 286 days in space, and they got to see 8 different visiting vehicles coming and going from the ISS. We stay really busy as we talk about all these vehicles coming and going from the station. Nick and Butch each conducted 1 spacewalk, and Sonny conducted 2. That actually gave Sonny the record for most time on spacewalks by a woman, and puts her 4th overall in terms of time outside doing spacewalks. The crew contributed to more than 150 unique experiments, like Joel said, including stem cell technology to potentially address blood diseases, autoimmune disorders, and cancers. They tested lighting systems to help maintain circadian rhythms, which will help improve conditions for not only future crews as you go through spaceflight, but also those on the ground for shift workers and those in extreme or remote environments. They did plant growth and quality experiments to support future Moon and Mars missions as we look forward with that. They loaded a really interesting experiment. JAXA had their first wooden satellite. They loaded that into and got that deployed from the ISS. And then as part of their spacewalk, Butch and Sonny collected samples from the station's exterior to study the survivability of microorganisms in the vacuum of space. I'll tell you, the Crew 9 crew did a great job here in the near term supporting this shortened handover period with Crew 10 and enabling that landing opportunity that we saw today. There was a lot of work that they did ahead of Crew 10 arrival to get prepared, and then really working through all of the things that we need to do to hand over the emergency procedures to the crew, to get the cargo transferred that they need to, and to get all the vehicles set up for Crew 10 to be very successful. Crew 10 is already working hard, and they're working on key science investigations on board. They already kicked them off even while they were getting prepped for undocking the other day. So coming up on ISS, we still have a lot going on. We have NG-21 release at the end of March, providing some important trash disposal for the space station. Always, you got to get rid of all the stuff that you bring up, so you got to bring that down somehow, and NG-21 is going to take away a lot of that. And then we'll look forward to Soyuz MS-27 launch Tuesday, April 8th from Baikonur Cosmodrome at about 12:47 a.m. Central. That'll be carrying NASA astronaut Johnny Kim and cosmonauts Sergei Ryzhikov and Alexei Zabritsky. And then before Soyuz MS-26 returns, Alexei Chinin will pass on the role of ISS commander to our JAXA astronaut Takuya Nishi. Really a lot of great stuff continuing on station. I really appreciate the entirety of the team, joint with SpaceX, NASA, our operations team, the program teams, the engineering teams, all the work it takes to turn around these missions. It's a ton of stuff, and then we go change it on them at the last minute, and they handle it like the pros that they are. So welcome home to Crew 9.
Yeah, welcome home, Crew 9.
I'll hand it over to Sarah.
Let's go.
All right, thanks, Bill. Well, it's a good day to be here at SpaceX, and it's a good day down in Florida as we welcome Crew 9 home from their stay at the International Space Station. We're happy to have safely returned Nick, Alex, Sonny, and Butch back to Earth and to their families after their time at the orbiting laboratory. Human spaceflight is dynamic and exciting, and this crew knows that as well as any other. So back in September, Steve was talking about this a bit, Crew 9 became the first human spaceflight mission to launch from Pad 40 using our new Dragon Tower that we completed construction on last year. And it was our first mission in a while to fly a crew of 2 since Bob and Doug's historic flight in 2020. So then just 3 days ago, we launched Crew 10 to take over and continue the work of Crew 9 on ISS. And I forgot to mention this Friday night, but Crew 10 was our 50th Dragon mission since first launching COTS 1 in December of 2010. That's a huge milestone for the team. COTS, if you don't remember, stands for Commercial Orbital Transportation Services, and COTS 1 was the first demonstration mission under that original partnership with NASA to resupply the space station with cargo flights. It was also the mission that inspired me to join the SpaceX team, which I'm so grateful I was given the opportunity to do a few months later. So the rest is history. We've been bringing cargo and more recently crews to the orbiting lab for well over a decade since. And as we talked about a few days ago after Crew 10 launch, NASA and SpaceX adapted as this mission evolved, and I appreciate all the kind words said already during this press conference. As we adapted together, we kept safety at the forefront. And thanks to the teamwork across the two agencies, a change in the Dragon spacecraft for Crew 10 and then a shortened handover helped accelerate the Crew 10 launch and the Crew 9 return. Then over the weekend, we decided as a joint team to undock a day earlier than originally planned to take advantage of some great weather we were seeing off the coast of Tallahassee for splashdown. So I know this required quite a bit of creativity from the NASA team and the onboard crew to compress the handover even further than they already had. And I'm thankful for everyone's hard work and flexibility to safely bring Dragon and the crew home today. I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that today's return was also our final Dragon recovery on the East Coast. So after 6 years of successful recovery operations off the coast of Florida, we'll now be moving all Dragon recovery operations back to the West Coast. I just hope the California coast can bring as many dolphins as we saw during today's operation. That was really fun to see. We had a nominal return today. Dragon is healthy and the parachutes performed as expected. The crew is likely on the recovery vessel now, soon to transit to the SpaceX NASA handover location, while the SpaceX vessel transports Dragon back to our refurbishment facility at Cape Canaveral in Florida. It's amazing to think that SpaceX has now safely flown 62 crew members from 14 countries to space, 52 of those to and from the International Space Station. Dragon has supported 46 missions to the station in all, and 29 of those on reflown Dragons. I think that's enough flights that we can be really proud of what the team has built together and what we've accomplished, but always with the humility and awareness that we will continue to learn every single mission. The stakes of getting this right are and always will be high. And as Bill Gerstenmaier often says, we must always stay hungry and vigilant to scour the data before, during, and after every operation we perform. It's always an honor for all of us here at SpaceX to launch human spaceflight missions and safely return astronauts and cosmonauts as we continue to advance human spaceflight. Thanks for having me on the briefing today and look forward to your questions.
All right, thank you all for your opening remarks. We will go ahead and start taking some questions in the room, so please raise your hand, Gina. Go ahead.
I think this is for Steve Stitch. I mean, Crew 9's home, but the research hasn't stopped, because what you need to know about what happened with Butch and Sunny on orbit, that's still an ongoing medical research project. Would you kind of expand on that for me? What will you learn about their 9 months on the space station?
Yeah, I think I can comment and then see if Bill has anything to add, but every single crew member that we fly in orbit, we collect medical research data. We do various blood draws at various times.
Very routinely.
During the flight, especially toward the end. Do bone density measurements in space. We look at their vision and how their vision might change over time, their intracranial pressure. We do all kinds of things. So you're right. Every single astronaut, when they come back, including Nick and Alexander, has participated in all kinds of experiments, and we're learning from all those. And I'll see if Bill has anything to add.
I mean, I think you covered the vast majority of it. We look at everybody when they come home, and every duration adds to that database of knowledge of the effects of spaceflight on the human body. And so we continue to look at that across all of our crew members.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room. Mark, go ahead.
Mark Strassman, CBS News. Steve, I want to pick up on something you said, which is the keen interest in Butch and Sunny. All 5 major television networks cut in
empty that room is full of media
following Splashdown, because Butch and Sunny have arguably become America's most famous astronauts over the course of their 9-month saga. So now that they're home, now that the saga is over, what do you use the takeaway?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, and I haven't probably had a lot of time to reflect. We're certainly looking at Starliner very carefully. We're in the process of looking at that vehicle, looking at the helium system. We've got some candidate seals that we're going to replace. We'll get into some testing here over the summer time frame with what we call an integrated doghouse at White Sands. So we're looking at that. You know, the thing I think back of this whole time frame is how really resilient Butch and Sonny were the whole time. I mean, they launched on what was going to be a short test flight with the crew flight test vehicle with Boeing, and then they moved very quickly into station increment operations, and they became seamlessly part of the International Space Station. And they did that because they're experienced astronauts, and we had prepared, right? We had flown gloves for them to do spacewalks, and we had flown a lot of components for them. So I think that shows the adaptability of crew members. And if I think forward to exploration and maybe some harsh missions to the Martian surface someday, or back to the moon, you know, the adaptability of crew members, changing the timeline for their return. Certainly a huge thank you to their families. You know, when you think about Butch and Sonny, they enjoyed their time on station. They got to do spacewalks, and they got to do lots of cool science and things like that. Their families are the ones that really, you know, kudos to them for being resilient in a planned short duration flight now turning into a long duration. And I think back of when they went into quarantine. They went into quarantine in the April timeframe for the early May launch that we had for crewed flight tests. So the families, a huge thank you to them. I'm sure the reunion is going to be wonderful with the families. And we'll keep learning as we go and keep being adaptable in the future.
Let me just add, if it's okay, it shows the flexibility of our commercial providers. The fact that they flew up on the Boeing vehicle and home on SpaceX, this is a lesson learned for NASA too, such that when we do have Boeing and SpaceX both flying on a regular basis, we need to be able to do the opposite too. If we come up on a SpaceX vehicle and have a problem to be bringing people home on a Boeing vehicle, it shows you, you know, this year I think many of you know we celebrate 25 years of crewed on the International Space Station, and just shows the flexibility we have with the space station and our commercial partners.
We'll take our next question here in the room. Go ahead.
Ed Lavendera with CNN. Two questions. Do you have specifics on the timeline of when the astronauts will be landing back here in Houston and reuniting with their family over the next, I'm presuming, the next few hours? And then secondly, the more delicate question is, of all the talk that we've seen over the last months that these astronauts had been, quote, stranded in space, how did that kind of talk affect you guys over the last few months in formulating a plan to get them back home?
Yeah, I don't have the specifics of the timeline. I know they're going to fly back here tonight. They'll probably spend some time rehabilitating a little bit, and the doc's watching them, and then they'll rejoin their families in the next, you know, day or so. You know, relative to the mission planning, I think what we did was we tried to look for opportunities to bring the crew back when it was safe to do so. And, you know, we always had a lifeboat, a way for them to come home, all the way back to Starliner. If you remember, during the Starliner crewed flight test mission, we said if there were an emergency during part of that mission, we considered the thrusters, the service module thrusters, good enough to bring the crew back then. We then transitioned to the Crew 8 vehicle for a temporary time frame until Crew 9 arrived. So we always had a way to get the crew home safely should we need to. And then it really became, when is the right time? When is the right time to bring them back? And then when we had to swap over Dragon capsules from the new vehicle, which wasn't quite ready, we moved to Capsule 210. We figured this March timeframe was the timeframe to execute this direct handover that we just did. So for me, it's been the normal kind of planning I do all the time, looking at all the options, working with SpaceX, working with the space station program, and finding the right time to bring the crew back.
Okay, we'll take another question here in the room.
My name is Vanna Henderson. I'm with KHOU 11, the CBS affiliate here in Houston. 10 days turning into 9 months, but turning also into hundreds of hours of invaluable research that they got up there at the ISS, and also moonwalk hours. Can you talk a little bit about how, when you realized that they were going to be up there for longer than the intended time frame, they were able to transition into getting that invaluable research started?
Yeah, I can start with that one, and I can let these guys add in. So even before they launched, because we knew they were flying on a test mission, we provided all the training for the stay on ISS that they would need to be a long-duration crew member. We flew the equipment. Every crew has unique equipment that they need to do a spacewalk, and we made sure we had that up there. So I think it really comes to the preparation that we did even before they flew. that allows them to be so successful when they get up there. And that's really what we do with all of the crews that fly to the ISS. There's the rigorous training program that they go through. They're prepared for things. They have a lot of skills-based training that goes on so that they know how to do the basics of everything. And then we have an outstanding team on the ground working with them. They get to work directly with the scientists in a lot of cases on experiments that help walk them through what they're doing. Video downlinks, we have a lot of different ways to kind of help them through, and it really just enables everything that they then do on board in an effective manner. But it all starts with that preparation that we did ahead of time, knowing that we have a test mission coming.
I do think the difference, like the shuttle missions had a finite duration. The way the space shuttle worked, it had fuel cells, and they used liquid oxygen, liquid hydrogen to power those fuel cells. And so at some point, that vehicle had to return. But the beauty of the space station is wonderful laboratory, wonderful place for the astronauts to live and work, and you can almost stop the clock if you have a problem. And I think that's something that we learned on this flight that's a little bit different is, so when Starliner we had planned for maybe a short 10 to 2 week mission for a test flight, when we needed more time, we took that time to understand the vehicle. And then when we determined that the better option would be to bring Butch and Sonny back on Dragon, we pivoted over to that plan. So I think Station gives us that flexibility that we never had before. And we also have flexibility now, as Joel said, with 2 different vehicles. So someday there may be a case where we're using Starliner to handle a Dragon contingency problem of some sort. So we have a luxury that maybe we didn't have in the past, and so we're adapting and learning.
All right, we'll head over to our phone bridge to Marcia Dunn with the Associated Press.
Yes, good evening. Probably for you, Steve. I understand the crew is being flown to Houston tonight and that they'll be staying at JSC and crew quarters. When will they be able to go home if they're feeling good?
If you had a question for them, what would you ask?
Do they get before they have to go back to work? Are you giving them some extra bonus vacation? And when do you have to decide whether Starliner is going to be carrying Crew 12 up? What's the deadline for deciding on that mission, whether it'll be Starliner or Dragon? Thanks.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions there. I hope I get all of them. Let's see, the first question was, when do they go back to their families? It's usually within a day or two, once they're cleared medically, that we make sure, as they readapt to gravity here on Earth, it's usually a day or two. They'll go back to their families. And then, they'll get some time off, and then we've done a lot of, fortunately with Butch and Sonny, we've done a lot of debriefs already with them. And so we've gotten feedback on Starliner and feedback on many things for the crewed flight test already from them while they were on orbit. They'll have a standard set of debriefs with the Crew 9 crew, because they really have been part of Crew 9 ever since Crew 9 docked. So they'll go through a series of debriefs, and then, but they will get some well-deserved time off, well-deserved time with their families. It's been a long time for them, and look forward to hearing their stories about meeting with their family. I think the last question, Marcia, was when do we have to decide Crew 12 versus the next step with Starliner? And we probably have a little bit more time as we get into the summer and understand the testing we're going to go do to make that decision, whether it be Crew 12 as the next flight or Starliner. We're also looking at some options for Starliner. Should we need to, of flying it uncrewed, the vehicle has the capability to fly uncrewed if we need to. And so we'll kind of weigh all those things as we get the testing and analysis behind us. Boeing's done a good job of developing a new thermal model, which we're using to try to understand the changes we're going to make in those dog houses. We'll add some tape and thermal barriers in different places. So we have a little time to make that decision.
Okay, our next question is from Chris Davenport with the Washington Post.
Hey everyone, thanks for taking my question and congrats on a successful end to the mission for Steve Stitch. You had mentioned your discussions with Boeing, and I'm just wondering, has Boeing given you a 100% commitment that they are sticking with the program, just given the enormous costs they've had to eat? And is NASA doing anything to incentivize them to stay? You just mentioned an uncrewed flight, for example. Thanks.
Yeah, Boeing, all the way up to their new CEO, Kelly, has been committed to Starliner. I can see that in the way they're approaching their solution to the problems. They're taking the time to understand the leaks we had in the helium system and testing some new seals that we may field in those flanges. The same thing with the test plans that are multifaceted for the thrusters, some testing of the Teflon material, testing, integrated testing at White Sands. So I see them being very committed. They want to provide a transportation system with crude capability to fulfill their missions. And then they're even, I think, stepping beyond that and thinking about low Earth orbit and COMLEO destinations with their vehicles. So I see a commitment from Boeing to continue the program. They realize that they have an important vehicle, and we were very close to having a capability that we would like to field. I think we have some changes we need to make to the way we heat those thrusters, the way we fire those thrusters, and then we can test that on the next flight. So.
Our next question is from Ken Chang with the New York Times.
Hi, thank you. This is for Joel, Steve, and Sarah. The White House put out a statement that said the landing today representing President Trump keeping his promise to rescue the astronauts stranded in space. And from what you just said during this news conference, I think it's been in the works for months and a lot of work for everyone. I was just wondering, could you explicitly answer the question if Kamala Harris were president, or if Joe Biden had run for re-election and won, would anything have changed with this mission? Thank you.
NASA as an agency, we work for the president, and who's ever there, we work for them. We had an input from that office. We took a look at it, and our job is to take all the inputs we get and operate as successful and safely as we can. And that's what we did for this administration, and that's what we would do for any administration.
Our next question is from Sana with Bloomberg News.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my question. I had another question regarding Boeing. I know you just mentioned that you're looking at options for an uncrewed mission. So I guess we're wondering who would pay for the uncrewed mission, and would Boeing be required to redo the crewed test flight as well? Thanks.
Yeah, what we're looking at right now is we really want what I would call is a crewed capable vehicle. So even if we were to fly the vehicle without a crew in the return back to the next steps with Starliner, we want that to be crew capable. So we want it to have all the systems in place that we could fly a crew with. And in fact, as I think about it, it might be there for a contingency situation as we prepare for whatever events could happen. One of the things that I've learned in my time at NASA is always be prepared for the unexpected, always have options. And so that's what we're thinking about. So we'll take those steps forward. We'll look at the test data. We'll make a decision whether to fly it crewed or uncrewed. And then, we are trying to do it under what we call this post-certification phase of the contract. And Boeing has delivered a lot of the certification data already. They have a little bit more to go relative to the prop system. I think we talked about they're flying a new spacesuit eventually, and a few other things like that. So we're looking at doing it under that phase of the contract, and NASA meeting its commitments on those flights.
Our next question is from Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Hi, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us today, and congrats on the splashdown of Crew 9. Maybe just following up on Ken's question to Joel and Stitch and Sarah. Obviously, as you've discussed tonight and over the last several months, the plan has been established for some time on how to bring Butch and Sunny back to Earth. But barring them returning on the seats that were added on the Crew 8 Dragon spacecraft, had the decision been made to try to bring them back any earlier, was there a Dragon spacecraft that would have been available to operate that mission prior to the Dragon that we just saw support the launch of Crew 10? Thanks.
Yeah, the earliest Dragon that we had to go fly the mission really was this capsule 210. And so when we were planning originally on Crew 10 to have the newer spacecraft, we thought it would be ready. Initially, we were going to launch.
I don't know how anybody can have like any faith in
March
Boeing
25th,
at this
and then,
point.
I think Sarah talked briefly
Honestly.
before about some of the challenges we had, or maybe it was Mr. Gerstenmaier. With the
I don't think there's like a
battery
really
system
good public opinion
was a
on
bad component.
Boeing
We had to pull off. We had to pull the heat shield off.
in multiple facets of that
vector out of
company,
some work
sadly.
on the vehicle. We had some challenges with some valves in the prop system. And this, to me, is just evidence of how complicated. I don't think we always do a super good job of explaining how complicated the spacecraft itself is made up of millions of components that have to work in an integrated fashion, and you go through testing and qualification to get there. And so those components didn't work, and when we looked at that, we just pivoted over to the vehicle that was going to be ready the soonest, which was Capsule 210, and that led us to the March 12th date, and then eventually the March 15th launch.
Our next.
Yeah, and maybe I would just add that with 5 Crew Dragon spacecraft in the fleet, certainly many paths are possible, right? With the allocations as we had them with our current slate of missions in the next 12 to 18 months, exactly as Steve said, it was the new spacecraft that was anticipated to be ready first, with the one we ended up flying shortly on the heels, and then when we ran into a processing issue on that new vehicle, the other one could be ready sooner, and so those were the 2 that were coming available. But certainly we can pivot and adapt. Flexibility is the name of the game, right? And so if we change what lanes or what stage of the flow any given spacecraft is in, we can open up other options available. But we had these vehicles allotted to or allocated to specific missions, and these were the 2 spacecraft that met the need that we had here in the spring to fly these missions in the timeframes that they were requested.
All right, our next question is from Joey Roulette.
Hey, thanks. Just 2 questions. One quick one for Steve. I just want to be clear. So it sounds like the testing results that you guys are going to have with Starliner this summer and maybe later on is going to determine whether its next mission is uncrewed or crewed. And whatever that next crewed mission is that going to be like a routine certification crewed mission, or might there be another CFT? And then the second question is for Bill Specht. I was just wondering if there's any studies that Butch and Sonny are involved in that investigates the like behavioral or psychological kind of response to not just long duration spaceflight, but unexpected changes to the.
I'm sure they
to a mission
have all that
in the middle
covered,
of
dude.
it. Thanks.
Yeah, when we look back at the crewed flight test, we got a lot of good data out of that flight relative to having a crew on board. So really the thing that we need to solidify and go test is the prop system and the service module. We need to make sure we can eliminate the helium leaks, eliminate the service module thruster issues that we had on docking, and then the rest of the vehicle performed really well. So when we look forward, what we'd like to do is that one flight and then get into a crew rotation flight. So the next flight up would really test all the changes we're making to the vehicle, and then the next flight beyond that, we really need to get Boeing into a crewed rotation. So that's kind of the strategy.
Yeah, and then to your second question, all of our crew members go through evaluations. They fill out surveys. They do medical evals. So all of these things happen on every crew member. So we do get some unique data from Butch and Sonny based on their stay, but it's something that we do with every crew member that flies. There's always changes that happen on board. There's always adjustments that we have to make that all of the crew members adapt to. As you've watched with our flight schedule over the years, it's very rare that we actually get a flight to fly exactly where we planned it 2 years out when they were thinking it was going to be. So it's okay that we have these changes and they adapt really well. But everybody gets kind of looked at in terms of those effects and understanding just the effects of spaceflight on them. So.
Okay, our next question is from Maria with KBIR Knoxville.
Hi, yes, thank you so much for your time. If someone can walk me through the physical and mental adjustments that the astronauts are going to be experiencing.
I can try and see if Bill and Joel have anything to add. When they get back, the body is an amazingly adaptable. The one thing that the body will struggle a bit with is the inner ear and the vestibular response in microgravity when you transition from 1G here that we're sitting in this room to then in space. The inner ear can get a little disturbed because gravity's not pulling the fluid down and the little hairs inside the inner ear. And so the crew can take a little while to get to adapt to microgravity. That same thing happens in reverse when you land back on Earth. The human body was adaptable and was used to being in microgravity. Now, the vestibular response is such that you feel disoriented, you may feel a little dizzy, you may have trouble getting up. And then, of course, physically, their body, when they were operating in space and doing operations inside the various modules, their muscles weren't working as hard, their heart wasn't working as hard, and so there's a muscular and cardiovascular kind of reconditioning that has to happen, and so that's what's happening now. And then, there's a little bit of response coming back to 1G. In space, I could let release this pin, and it's going to stay right where it is. And in 1G, if I release the pin, it falls. And so there's a little bit of that the crew has to get back and learn the skills back here on Earth again.
Yeah, isn't that odd? Getting back in the habit of things.
Our next question is from Jackie with the Times of London.
Hello, and thank you. I'm sorry if this is a really frustrating question because I know there's so much good work done on this mission. But there has been a fictitious narrative woven around it by prominent people who are hard to ignore. Why has NASA not pushed back more emphatically against that and against the use of astronauts by one of its commercial contractors as political pawns? And what's to be lost by simply correcting that narrative?
Dude, what are you even talking about?
Who have paid for the mission? Thank you.
I would say, our job at NASA is to successfully and safely fly these missions. We fly it with the laws of physics.
Very stupid
and
question.
We fly it with our commercial partners. And so oftentimes there may be things out in the press that may not be exactly what's happening. And our job is to fly these missions, and regardless of what you read in the press, our job is to fly successful missions, safe missions, and do the science we do on board the International Space Station. I mentioned this year 25 years of continuous crew presence on board later this year, the International Space Station. And we do about 150 experiments every expedition we fly. So think about it, every 6 months. I think we're over 3,000 experiments since we started the International Space Station, and that's what we focus on.
Okay, our next question is from Jeff Faust with Space News.
Hey, good evening. Question for Bill or Steve. Since the Crew 9, Crew 10 handover lasted only a couple of days, was there anything you would normally do on a handover you weren't able to do in this case? And in the future, might you consider shorter handovers between future commercial crew missions? Thanks.
Yeah, across the board, the main thing that we have to get done is, like, anytime you get to a new place, is the emergency briefings. Where do I go in case of an emergency? What are my duties in terms of an emergency? And that happens very early on. And then the follow-ons are more of the general, hey, where did you guys put this thing? Or where did you put that? Where did you leave this wrench when you get up there? Because you can imagine the size of the space station is so large, and there's a lot of stuff up there. So a lot of the handover that we do with the crews is more set up to be an efficiency gain. And that really helps them be more effective when they go and get to the tasks done that we need to. So when we reduce that time, we reduce that efficiency in the near term to accomplish the tasks on board. We evaluate that each time and understand what our handover is. In general, we don't look to reduce that because we want to be as efficient as possible. We want to get everything done in the most efficient manner, get the most things done on space station that we can. But in this case, it was actually to our advantage to go work that shorter handover and then get them home as quicker, hitting this weather day that we had here today, and not leave it up to how the weather was going to behave days and days from now. So The critical stuff always gets done, that emergency handover, that how do we go handle contingencies on board. They're trained on the ground for all of these things, and we have a lot of support for the teams on the ground to help them as they go, so we can shorten it if we want to, but it's not quite the same as getting up there and finding out from the person that's been up there for 6 months, hey, I found that this was the best spot to put this, or I left this here, and so when you need it, go look over there. To go do this, or this is the best way to go pull out this drawer, or whatever you have to do for your experiments on board. So nothing beats that face-to-face handover and the time they get up there, but we have the options to shorten it when it makes the most sense.
Okay, our next question is from Sawyer with NASASpaceflight.com.
Thank you so much. This question is, I believe, for Sarah. With this being the final splashdown on the east coast of the United States, what is the plan for Megan? Is that going to be repurposed to the west coast? Is that going to stay on the east coast?
Question.
And then what becomes the contingency if, for example, the weather isn't good at the planned Pacific landing sites, whereas here you had the Gulf and the Atlantic?
Hey, we don't know the answer yet to what will happen, what will become of Megan. We've got Shannon here on the West Coast. I'm sitting here in California right now, and there's unique benefits and unique challenges of weather patterns on the West Coast versus the East Coast. Just one example, we have far more stable weather in terms of wind and wind speed, wave height than we did in Florida. So where we needed numerous sites on both coasts of Florida to provide geographic diversity to avoid weather patterns that may be happening in one area and not another. Not so much the case on the West Coast. However, our cloud cover is different here than in Florida, and so things like the airborne assets that support our mission might have different challenges out here than over there. So we've done a lot of trying to learn from meteorologists and historical weather patterns, and then figure out the right number of sites and the right number of support assets to ensure that we maintain a high return availability, which means a high percentage of days that would be a viable return option with a safe splashdown, regardless of what coast we're splashing down on.
All right, our next question is from Isam with AFP. If you're talking, we can't hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. I was on mute. A couple of quick questions. Steve, you mentioned that they'd be released to their families in a day or two, but they're still going to be going through with rehabilitation for quite a while, right? If you could discuss that. And the other second question is just a bit broader to follow on from some of my colleagues. As Steve confirmed that, Crew 10 was the designated mission that this could happen, could you help us sort of square that circle that, with praising the administration for accelerating the timeline? How concretely, just to follow up on my colleagues' questions, how concretely can the administration be credited with accelerating the recovery when, the plan hasn't fundamentally changed here? It's just something that we're having a little bit of trouble understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll talk the rehabilitation and I'll let Joel talk about the other questions. Rehabilitation will continue. There's a sequence of exercises that they do to try to regain their physical strength over a number of weeks. It's a pretty standard protocol that they go through post-landing to recover. It's well documented and well practiced, and the docs and the trainers that do this work will kind of follow each crew member, whether it be Butch and Sonny or the others. We talk about Butch and Sonny because they had a 9-month stay, but the others had 171-day stay or so, which is pretty typical of what we've had. And I'll let Joel handle the other questions.
And so you were asking the input from the administration. So I think Ken Bowersock said it well the other day. It excited the system, right? It gave us some energy in the system, but the other input was to do this successfully and safely. And that's why I talked about all the different inputs that you get. We got the input from the White House, but you also have to look at the vehicle readiness. We talked about looking at weather. We talked about recovery team, handover, the vehicle traffic going to and from the International Space Station. So when you put all that together, we came up with a I thought, a pretty good plan that the teams executed over the last 4 or 5 days.
All right, we'll take the next question here in the room.
Ferris with Fox 26 Houston. I was just wondering if any of the experiments or tasks, was there anything that was able to be done due to the unexpected extra manpower with them on board that wouldn't have like a benefit to having the extra people?
So we, once Crew 9 arrived and Crew 8 departed, we were at our normal crew level. So we managed within the normal kind of cadence that we did there. But before that, we absolutely took advantage of Butch and Sonny being there and having the extra hands. We had some maintenance activities that had to be done over the summer that would have potentially taken away from some of the science that we were doing that we didn't have to take away from that time because of the fact that we had the extra hands there. So it was great having them there over the summer as extra hands to help out with a number of activities going on.
Okay, we'll take our next question here in the room.
This may be premature, but initial reports from the recovery ship just about their condition and how they're doing, has anybody heard?
I haven't heard anything specifically from the recovery team, but just in looking at the way as they came out of Dragon, they all looked very healthy. You could tell they all looked like they were feeling about normal for the landing and recovery phase where their body's trying to readapt. So yeah, I haven't heard any reports of anything other than that they're doing well. So
I saw a lot of smiling and waving.
yes, yes, yes.
Okay, our next question is from Ellen with thedailymail.com.
Hi, thank you guys so much for taking our questions tonight. This question is for Joel. Barry Wilmore's daughter spoke out on social media and blamed politics and negligence for her dad's delayed return. We know that President Trump and Elon Musk both said the previous administration didn't want to bring the Starliner crew back for political reasons. Can you comment on these claims?
Yeah, so I wasn't involved in any conversations with the previous administration. It was clear we had a request from the current administration, and the results you saw is what we saw today with the landing of Crew 9.
That should be pretty damning.
Okay, we'll take our next question here in the
right
room.
there. We didn't receive anything from the previous administration.
I mean, I'm sure just being able to see them wave.
That's ridiculous.
Is a huge relief for them, but they've been in quarantine and up in space for almost a year. How are they feeling with everything?
Yeah, I haven't talked personally to the families, but I know the astronauts have a great support system. In other words, they're able to effectively FaceTime with their family and keep in touch with their family. You know, I'm sure Butch is looking forward, and Sonny both coming. Easter's coming up, and there's graduations coming up, and there's lots of family activities coming up that the timing's probably pretty good for. So I haven't had a chance to talk to the family. So
My guess they had bigger smiles than the crew members.
yes, yes.
Okay, our next question is from Mike with space.com.
Thank you, guys. This is probably for Sarah. I was just wondering, like, were there any different approaches that you guys took with this Dragon to kind of meet this faster deadline, or this, and if there were any kind of changes to the processing, like, are there things you can take into future missions?
Hey, no changes to the processing, and actually, if you're able to go back and listen to Friday night's briefing, I think Steve also shared a little more detail about that. But similar process, it's just a matter of doing a little bit of Tetris within our facilities of what vehicles are going into what tests or what operations in the pre-launch processing flow first. So we certainly did that. There's a few items of hardware within the vehicle that are unique to the specific crew flying. For example, we have small, medium, and large seat buckets installed in each of the 4 locations, and then custom foam for each individual to further customize their experience. And so there was a little bit of just doing the tally on the unique hardware and making sure it was all okay to be used for this mission, but nothing unique to the actual processing flow itself.
Okay, our next question is from Carolyn with Fortune Magazine.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. I'm wondering, can you just share a little more how Sonny and Butch handled kind of the switch mentally to the 9-month mission, besides being very resilient? And what advice you give the rest of us lonely humans when we encounter challenging circumstances? And then maybe just talk a little more about the physical repercussions with respect to radiation, effects on the heart and cornea, that kind of thing, and how we go about planning to protect against that when we think about missions like to Mars and extended stays. Thanks.
I can start, and then the other guys could ask. You know, before an astronaut flies, we talk to the crew. The crew members are talked to about extending. Hey, you may be assigned for a 6-month mission or an 8-day mission in this case, and you may be extended. Frank Rubio was an example, right? Mark Vande Hei was an example. So this isn't the first time that people are flown. Clearly their mission was much shorter than those other missions, but the crew members are talking about, hey, what would you do if you had to be up there for a year? So they mentally prepare before they launch, and they talk to the other crew members that have flown from these long duration missions. And so the team's preparing. We do different things on the ground. If you're there a little longer than normal, maybe you'll have some extra family conference times, or maybe a half day off after a certain amount of time on it. And so we had experience from past members, and we made changes in the operations on how that. So do Bill want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I think the other question was, really kind of affects space on people in general, and when you change the duration. I look at every crew member going up and make sure that we feel confident that the mission had extended, that they're up for it, and they've got the time allowable, I think, for them to stay in space. And we have a lot of monitoring on board. We keep an eye on things like radiation. We keep an eye on things like solar activity that can affect that. We keep an eye on the rest of the environmental factors on board, whether it be carbon dioxide levels, the CO2 levels.
Yeah, I mean, they keep an eye on literally everything.
We have scrubbers and filters and things that take that out. So we do all the things that we would normally do to manage that for crew and minimize their exposure to anything that could be considered harmful, and then we limit the times to the best of our ability that we can up there.
Our next question is from Marcia Smith with spacepolicyonline.com.
Thanks so much. Steve, you mentioned that Crew 11 might launch as early as July, which seems like a pretty short interval for Crew 10 to be up there. Could you talk about what's driving you to launch as early as July? And will either of the astronauts who are bumped from Crew 9 be on Crew 11, Stephanie Wilson or Zena Cardman? And which capsule will they be flying?
Let's see, the timing for that mission right now, originally we were going to fly that mission. We had been, if you look at historically, our rotations have been in February and August. There is a particular SpaceX cargo flight, CRS-33, that has the ability to do some reboost for the space station, and that needs to fly in that late August, early September timeframe. And so we moved our handover up. That boost trunk is what we call it, will be there for a large part of the fall timeframe. So to get all the propellant used on that mission. So that's why we looked at moving it up. Right now, we think we'll fly probably the Capsule 206, which is our fleet leader. It'll be on its 6th flight. We'll continue to work that with SpaceX. You have to remember with space station, one of the critical consumables is docking ports. We have 2 of those docking ports. And so once we fly that CRS-33 mission with the boost trunk, one of those docking ports will be tied up for an extended duration. And we like to do this direct handover. We like to ensure the new vehicle is there, the new crew's there, before we undock the astronauts that have been there for the increment in progress. And so when you put all that together, it drove us to look at right now, mid to late July. Of course, things can change over time, but that's kind of what we're looking at. We'll kind of pivot over to that once we complete the debriefs for Crew 10. So.
Our next question is from Will Robinson Smith with Spaceflight Now.
Hi. Taking a question from us. Question to Steve Fitch. Going back to the comment you made earlier in this brief, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that there was another.
Dude, he's breaking up so bad.
The flight tube for those flying Boeing flyers. Can you add a little more detail to that may need to be changed and reason for that? Thanks.
Did you get that?
I couldn't.
I'm sorry, you're coming in a little bit, it's breaking up a little bit. Can you please try to repeat your question?
Probably lost him.
Operator, if you could please unmute the participant. Will, if you're talking, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
It's still choppy.
Oh, perfect.
I'm sorry, we keep losing you. If you could just follow up with us after this news conference, we'll be happy to get a response over to you from the panel up here. But for now, that'll do it for our press conference this evening. Once again, Crew 9 is safely back on Earth. And as always, you can follow NASA and all of our missions on nasa.gov. Thanks for joining. We'll see you next time.
From what I've understood, press conference essentially went over the health and the psychological toll that the astronaut endured while being up there for 9 months. There were also some politically, but you could just do a quick Google search and it really doesn't make too much of a difference in their reporting. It's nothing groundbreaking, in other words. But either way, I'm just happy I was able to cover this and see exactly what was going to be said. It was pretty predictable, to say the least. But other than that, guys, I think this is a good conclusion to the stream. I'm going to actually make some dinner. I got some grilling to do. I'm going to grill some chicken and over a charcoal grill. But it's going to be pretty exciting. I'll try to keep updated on any more SpaceX projects. Maybe we'll tune in on those as well in the future. But for right now, we're probably going to go back to regularly scheduled broadcasting, gaming, just chatting, and, self-growth stuff. But this has been a fun few days, so thank you very much for being a part of it. If you guys are still following, feel free to check out the Twitch channel and follow on the Twitch channel as well. Anything that any ounce of support goes a long way, honestly. So again, we'll see you guys on the next one. I'll end the stream there. We'll see you next time. Peace out.
People, Gavin, that see rights.
I was free once, non-clinical. You so I'm a criminal. I was free once, non-clinical. You so I'm a criminal. I was free once.
to now. This will be 8.